Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. Helen, we're going to change a little bit about what we do with bench conference. We think we're going to do it over here at the end. Will you just pick that up and move it when we do that? Okay. Very good. General, is anything before we bring jury in as far as you're concerned?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor?
We're ready, sir.
All right. Let's bring the jury in when they're ready to come. I hear chairs squeaking.
All right.
All right, let's be seated. Good morning to all of you. Well, you know, my question that I asked yesterday, how's everybody feeling today? Are you good? Everybody good? Did anybody doesn't feel well this morning? Okay, good deal. During the time since we adjourned yesterday, have there been any discussions about this case with anybody? Need everybody to tell me no or yes, either way. Okay. Has anybody approached any of you in any attempt to discuss the case or inquire? Did any of you do any research or look on any social media site or try to review the day's events online? Anybody do that? Okay. Good deal. Thank you very much. Are we ready to go?
Yes, Your
All right. Let's take a call. Next witness. Danny Petri.
Yes.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Yes, sir.
So you're Danny Petri,
I am.
and you're a former Dyer County Sheriff's Deputy?
Correct.
Were you employed by the Sheriff's Office on October 30th, 2011?
I was.
Were you on duty that afternoon?
I was.
Did you have the occasion to go to 65 Willie Johnson Road in Dyer County?
That's correct.
Okay, tell us the purpose of your visit there.
Sergeant Walker was headed back out there, I think, for some follow-up questions or to speak with Mr. Swift again. I was in the area. He asked me to meet him out there.
Okay, and did you, in fact, meet him there?
I did.
Okay, tell us what you encountered when you got there.
When I got there, Sergeant Walker was already on scene talking to Mr. Swift. I pulled up behind him and got out, mainly observed.
Okay, where were they talking?
In the driveway.
Okay. Were you able to observe whether or not the garage doors to the home were open?
To my knowledge, they were closed.
Okay. Did you, and on that visit, did you or Sergeant Walker go in the home?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see Sergeant Walker go in the home?
No, sir.
Okay. What did y'all do while you were there besides talk to Mr. Swift?
That's basically it. It was just a conversation. Mainly, Sergeant Walker was the one doing the communicating. I mainly listened, sit back, and observed.
Did y'all walk around the house or anything like that?
As far as around the house, no. I mean, it might have been a pace in the driveway, but no, there was no walking around the house.
Okay. Were you a canine officer at the time?
I was.
Okay. Did you have your dog with you at the time?
He's always with me.
Okay. Did you take your dog out of the truck and employ him for any law enforcement related purpose that day?
On that particular incident, no.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Petri.
Good morning.
All right. Can everybody hear me? All right. You were law enforcement on October the 30th of 2011.
Is that a question?
Yes.
It is, yes.
All right. How long had you been with is it the Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
You had been with the Sheriff's Department how long?
Since 2007 was my hire year.
Okay. Do you know around what time you arrived on that day? Was it afternoon or evening?
It was evening, before dark.
All right. And that was when you first arrived at the Swift house?
Correct.
Okay. You arrived in a vehicle by yourself?
Me and my dog.
Okay. And Officer Walker, was he there when you arrived?
Correct.
He was already at the driveway.
Correct.
You pulled up.
Correct.
He was standing there. Was Mr. Swift there, or do you recall?
I do.
Was Mr. Swift there?
He was.
Okay. You don't know how long they had been there before you pulled up, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know if Officer Walker had been there before you pulled up and left and came back, do you?
I do not.
All right. And you talked with Officer Walker and Mr. Swift.
Is that a question?
You're all talking.
Is that a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, we were.
Okay. And you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary or unusual while you're standing in the driveway, did you?
That's hard for me to answer.
You're talking to Officer.
Define unordinary.
You're talking to Officer Walker.
I'm talking to Officer
Yes,
Walker?
sir.
Are you asking me if I am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This sounds more like statements, not questions, so I didn't know.
Let me back up.
Okay.
Officer Walker and Mr. Swift are standing there, and you drive up.
Is that a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they were, yes.
All right. Listen to what I say and then respond.
No, sir. No, if you ask a question, I will respond. You're sounding like statements.
And then you pulled up. Did you pull up to the house when Mr. Swift and Officer Walker are already up there?
I did, yes.
All right. And you get out. Do you get out of your vehicle?
I do.
And do you go to where Officer Walker and Mr. Swift are standing?
I do.
Okay. And when you pulled up, you don't know how long. Are you saying you don't know how long they had been there previously to you pulling up?
Not an exact time, no.
Right. And that was your first involvement? Was that your first involvement that day at the Swift house?
It was.
Okay. Are you not exactly sure of the time frame of when you pulled up?
I testified that it was later in the afternoon.
Okay. And did you notice anything unusual or out of the ordinary while you're standing there talking to Officer Walker and Mr. Swift?
Define unusual. What do you mean?
I'm just asking, do you see anything unusual or out of the ordinary?
That's a vague question. I don't define unusual or unordinary.
Do you
I don't live in that home, so I don't know what's typically normal for that home. Or
do you see any debris or do you smell anything?
I don't smell anything. No, I mean no, sir.
Okay. And how long were you there before you left?
It wasn't too long. I couldn't put a time on it.
Okay. Could it have been a matter of just a few moments?
As far as putting a time on it, I'm unsure.
Okay. And then at some point, did you leave?
I did.
All right. You're not saying you were there for hours?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, I asked you about something out of the ordinary. Were you able to observe Mr. Swift's demeanor while you were there?
I was, yes.
Did you notice anything about his demeanor that caught your attention?
During the course of conversation with Sergeant Walker, he was energetic when talking about prior law enforcement experience when he was a reserve. And then when it went to his wife, his demeanor did change.
Okay, describe how his demeanor changed, please.
He dropped his head. He wasn't excited to
Objection's going to be overruled. Go ahead.
his demeanor did change. He would drop his head. You could tell a big difference from the conversation with law enforcement with being kind of upbeat, energetic, fast to respond to questions like that. When it came to questions with his wife, there was more hesitation. It wasn't that he was not answering the questions. It was more of a thought process. He had to think about what his answer was going to be, and more unsure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you saying that when Mr. Swift spoke and answered question, he paused at times?
At times, correct.
Yes. All right. That's what you noticed.
Not just the pause, no.
All right. And that he either looked up or looked down at different times.
I testified to down.
Okay. Are you saying that Mr. Swift answered questions for you and the other officer?
He did answer, but his answers were different.
All right. Did words come out of his mouth when you asked questions?
Some were faster than others, but yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Anything else? You can step down, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The witness released.
He's also speaking about the defense.
Mr. Taylor? All right, sir. You're free to go, sir. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Call Bill Bona.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you state your name, please?
Bill Bona.
Okay. And Mr. Bona, do you know David Swift?
I do.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay. And where is he?
Here.
Sitting at the defense table?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you also know Karen Swift?
I did.
Tell me how you knew Mr. Swift and Mrs. Swift.
I met him through my wife, met Karen through my wife, and the same way with David.
Okay. How long did you know the two of them?
Probably 6 months. I mean, I knew of them, and I really wasn't close to them or hadn't met them. Probably 6, 8 months.
Okay. Do you recall attending a Christmas party in which you and Mr. Swift sat near one another and had a conversation?
Yes.
Do you recall that conversation?
It was really, more me listening, but it was just an uncomfortable conversation. I mean, he kind of told me his life story, and everything was, it was uncomfortable for me. Everything was how people didn't give him a chance and take him seriously, and he overcame that through music and other things, so.
Hold on just a second, sir. Go ahead.
Your Honor, we are going to establish that there was a pattern of behavior by Mr. Swift, and this was just 6 to 8 months prior to.
Okay. Why don't we let the jury go to the jury room and let's deal with this, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let you go to the jury room. Don't discuss the case, please.
All right.
All right, let's be seated. Whoa, that came over there. Objection. The basis of the objection is relevance. The court's got to understand context, timing, and how material this is in order to sort this out. Mr. Taylor, you agree with that? Do you agree with what I'm saying? Yes, sir. I'm asking you if I'm on the right track in my analysis, I guess.
Can I say one thing? Can I ask the witness to step out while we're having a discussion about it?
Well, I anticipate that there's going to have to be an offer of proof in the matter. So,
Actually, I don't have many more questions in that area to ask Mr. Bona, but I can explain to you why.
are you going to ask him about are you going to ask him about the details of the conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, this is 6 months before.
I mean, he said that, but there's no proof at this moment about that or the content of the conversation.
And the prosecutor is trying to talk about stories from the past of Mr. Bona and Mr. Swift. I mean, this trial will be like 5 weeks long. I mean, the relevance as to what happened on these events.
I can explain the relevance, Your Honor, but I don't know if you want me to do that.
I understand the objection. What I need to understand now is what's the testimony that you want the jury to hear?
Yes, sir. Okay, let me go ahead and ask
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Bona. Okay. Mr. Bona, did you have a conversation with Mr. Swift at a Christmas party?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me some of the things that he told you in that conversation.
What I can remember about it is that I was just uncomfortable. It was a lot. Like I said, I remember something about going to college or after high school and being in a musical person and people not giving him a chance and not believing in him, and he proved them all wrong. And that was kind of the scope of a couple other, little stories. I really wasn't a conversation. It was me listening. And I just remember when we left and when we got home, just, discussed with my wife, I said I was really uncomfortable. And that's...
Did he talk to you about his childhood?
I don't remember anything about his young child or anything. I mean, I think most of the things I remember was about high school and college he was telling me about, but that's,
Okay. Your Honor, then I don't have to ask those questions. I can move on from that.
Well, here's the thing.
There are going to be issues at a later time that are going to talk about things in the past.
The objection is going to be sustained at this moment. Court finds that the testimony is not relevant to the issues at trial at this time. Obviously, that may change as we go forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ready to bring jury back in?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, let's be seated. All right, General, you can go ahead.
Mr. Bona, did Karen Swift come to your house very often?
She came over on the weekends and maybe during the week once or so, from what I remember.
Okay. When she did come by the house, what type things would y'all typically do?
Well, I would say most of the time I wasn't there. I mean, I know her and my wife, dished up the kids, and they went to parks and they went to Reelfoot Lake. But I mean, if I was there, then they were just having conversation. As far as anything I remember, it's just getting together and having conversation like women do. And sometimes I would sit with them. Sometimes I'd have other things to do. But
Okay. Were there other people there typically, or was it usually just?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it may be another girlfriend or two,
Okay. Just typical conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Miss Swift ever come over to the house late at night after she'd put the kids in bed and then come over late?
I don't remember anything like that. I mean, I'm in bed pretty early myself most of the time, but I don't remember anything like that.
Okay. Do you know what time typically Miss Swift would leave when she did come over to visit? And let's say throughout the week, on a weekday.
I would say before midnight, 11, 12 o'clock. I mean, that's really kind of a late hour for us, but I would say I don't ever remember it being any later than that.
Okay. Did you ever host parties that David Swift and Karen Swift attended?
We had one get together for Kathy's 40th birthday party that they were invited to. Yes.
Okay. And how many people were at that party? Just an estimate.
At the farms, there was probably 20 or 30 couples, maybe 15, 20 couples that we had some dinner and music at the farms.
Okay, so it wasn't actually at your home. The
no,
party.
not to start with. Maybe 5 or 8 couples came back to the house afterwards,
Okay.
But not, it was at the farms to begin with.
Okay. What'd you do when you came back to the house?
Just had conversation and hung out, Just
Okay. Do you have a hot tub?
We did there, yes.
Okay. Did people get inside the hot tub?
Yeah, some people did, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who got inside the hot tub? Do you remember if Mr. Swift got inside the hot tub?
No, I don't. I don't remember
Okay.
who exactly. I mean, I know my wife got in at some point, and I was sitting with her, but no, I don't.
Do you know if Miss Swift was in the hot tub?
I would say she was, yes. I mean, I don't remember specifically seeing her, but she enjoyed getting in the hot tub when she came over, in the wintertime when it was cold, so I'm sure she was.
Okay. Do you remember how people were dressed?
Oh, it was, the people in the hot tub were dressed to be in the hot tub, and then the, people outside, it was cool. It was still early in the spring, so.
Okay. Did anyone have no clothes on in the hot tub?
I would say probably, yes. Maybe it did, but of course, you can't see through the water in the hot tub or anything else, so it didn't it was anything that I would, to see when you're sitting in there submerged, but.
Okay. Did anything happen later that night?
Well, when the party was all getting done, when everybody was generally starting to leave and say their goodbyes, I went through the front room, just letting everybody leave and everything in our house, and Miss Swift was there late. She was laying on the couch, and she didn't have anything on. She was about asleep. So I kind of said, hey, it's time to go. And at that point in time, one of her friends was coming in from behind me, and I said, well, let me get you a towel, or get her a towel. She didn't, I didn't see her clothes there close, and said, let me go tell David to come get her. Everybody's leaving. He needs to come get her and move on.
And who was the friend that came in? Do you remember?
It was Rob and Alfred, I think. Yeah.
Did she make any statements to you about what are you doing or anything like that?
No, not to me at the time, no.
Okay. Was your wife near?
She came in afterwards. I think when I walked back through, she was in the, in the room right next door and right there too. And I said, hey, they're getting, I'm going to get David, get Karen, get her to the house and go, and everything's shutting down. But
did you go get Mr. Swift?
Yes. I think I went and got him, but he was close. Like I said, it wasn't a really big house, so, the whole thing's pretty much open to itself.
Okay. So did he come in and take care of Karen?
Yeah, as far as I know, I wasn't in there, when that happened that I can remember, but, everyone else was leaving. And
okay. Did Mr. Swift's attitude change after that evening?
Well, I don't necessarily know it was changed because I really didn't have any conversation with him. I made it a point not to have any conversation with him because I was uncomfortable. And to be honest with you we invited them to the party because Kathy and Karen were good friends, and that's why they were invited, being cordial. but I really didn't have any interaction with him.
Okay. Were there other parties at your house after that?
No. I mean, we had, a couple to come over, go out to dinner, but as far as a party that was something that people were invited to, no.
Was there another time that individuals were at the house and got into the hot tub that Miss Swift was there?
I'm sure, yes. I mean, what you're referring to is the time, that they were in the League Bond and Shannon Lee going out to dinner with us, and
Yes.
they were there, yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Was Mr. Swift present that night?
He wasn't at first, and he wasn't invited, and he wasn't welcome. But
Okay. Why was he not welcome?
my wife and I were uncomfortable with him.
Okay.
It's the best I can tell you. And, we were not interested in a friendship, so with him.
All right, understand. Tell me what happened that night.
We were having conversation and, just regular night, and it wasn't really late. If I can remember right, we went out and had dinner and came back, and Kathy had gone to bed and retired and gone upstairs to bed, and the night was getting longer. So I came in the living room there right off the deck, and was about asleep in the chair, and Mr. Swift burst into the door, there and startled me and asked her, asked where Karen was.
Did he knock on the door and ask to come in?
No, he didn't.
How did he come in?
He just opened the door and came in, and in a loud voice asked me where Karen was. It kind of startled me, but I said, "Well, she's upstairs talking to Kathy."
What was his demeanor at that time?
He was agitated, I would say, but I would also say it really caught me off guard.
Okay. And what did he do?
He went upstairs and talked to them, I imagine, and then by the time I kind of shook my head and wiped my eyes, I thought, I don't like this, and I went to get out of the chair to go, ask him to leave, basically, and he came down the stairs and left.
Did he make any statements to you when he came down?
He did not to me.
How did he appear when he came down, as far as his attitude and demeanor?
I mean, he came down the stairs and left abruptly and left through the door, quickly enough where I couldn't even really get a word in edgewise, because I should have pressed that issue there. He wasn't welcome in our house. He basically was there trespassing, and I should have pressed that issue, but I didn't.
Okay. Do you know of any times after that Mr. Swift followed Miss Swift or checked her phones?
I don't personally know. I know she told me that, but seeing it happen, the only thing I know for sure is that she had told us after the phone, the older line that I'd given her to be able to speak with her attorney, when she told me that he has this number, and when she told me that, I pulled the records off the computer of the calls to that number, and there was 2 or 3 calls from what she said it was his phone number. Yes, that's it, to that phone.
Okay. So Mr. Swift had actually called the phone that you had loaned Ms. Swift. Okay, and I'm going to get into that a little more in a few minutes. Did you know that Ms. Swift had either filed for divorce or wanted to file for a divorce?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if she had the money available to file for divorce?
She told us that she didn't.
Okay. And did you loan her any money?
After conversation with my wife and, her asking, yes, we did.
I'm going to hand you a document. recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that?
It's basically a rudimentary promissory note that she was going to pay back, you know, the money we had loaned her, and she was putting up a four-wheeler she had and said that was hers, that, you know, to kind of secure it, because she wanted to pay us back more money, and I didn't want that and ask her to do that. So that's kind of what predicated us doing this.
Okay. And how much money did you loan Miss Swift?
$2,000.
Okay. And what was the date of that loan?
10/3.
Okay. And do you know what the purpose of the loan was?
For her to give her attorney to file for divorce.
Okay. Would you make that an exhibit, your testimony, please?
Be admitted as number 14. Did you want it published to the jury or not?
No, sir, Your Honor. What we've shown is fine.
All right.
I've already
You've been showing it?
I just showed it.
I missed it. I'm
I
sorry.
took it down, Your
I
Honor.
didn't see it. Had my head down.
Okay. Shortly after giving that loan, let me back up first. Did Ms. Swift repay any of that loan to you?
Yes, I think she had repaid $650 of it to us.
Okay. So that, I take it that was in a fairly short period of time.
Oh yeah, you know, in a week or two.
Okay. After loaning that money to Ms. Swift, did she go on a vacation with you? When I say you, I mean you and your family.
Yes, she did. We'd had a vacation plan to Gulf Shores for many months, and a condominium, you know, but in a week or two before we went, another couple that was going to go with us with their children had to back out. So that happened like a week before we left, and so we had a 3-bedroom condominium with tons of space, and they went with us, her and her daughters.
Okay. Do you know why she wanted to go on that vacation?
She told us that she didn't want to be around when David was served the papers for divorce.
Okay.
And
did she tell Mr. Swift that she was taking the girls and going on this vacation?
as far as I know, no. You know, that was I think that was the point, that she didn't want him to know, you know, where she was or where she was going when he got served the papers.
Okay. And did she and the children stay with you and your family, or did they stay in that extra condo?
Well, they stayed. It was one big condo with three separate living areas. So they stayed in one of the separate living areas in the condo, but her and her daughters.
Okay. Now, you started talking about a phone earlier, so I want to go back to that. Did you ever loan a phone to Miss Swift?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember what type phone it was?
It was a Voyager, I think is what they're called. It was like a little flip-up phone that had a keyboard underneath it, you know, an older rudimentary phone.
Okay. Was it your phone, or why did you have an extra phone?
The history of the number was a year or two prior, it was one of my employees' phones that I'd bought for my employees. He left my employment, and our oldest son had turned 11 or 12, and we finally decided to let him have a phone. So it was his number for about 6 months, a year, and then we got him a new phone and a new number. So that line was active. You know, I was paying for it because it was under contract, but it was just sitting there. So.
Okay. So you didn't go specifically buy a phone just to give to Miss Swift?
No, we had it, and the line was active and, you know, paid for. I mean, she was discussing with us that she didn't know how she was going to talk to her attorney, and I said, well, I got a line, you know, that I know I'm paying for that nobody has, and do anything with it. I don't mind if you use it. And
okay. All right. And do you know if Mr. Swift knew that she had that second phone?
She told me that he knew at some point in time, a week or so, you know, a short time after she had it. And when she told me that, you know, I I pulled up my records, all my phone records, and I can see the calls that were going there. And I said, "Was this the number?" And she said, "Yes, that's the number." So.
Okay, so you were actually able to verify that Mr. Swift's phone number had called that second phone that you loaned Miss Swift?
Yes.
Okay, and was that prior to the Halloween party on October 29th?
Yes.
Okay, on October 29th of 2011, did you and your wife attend a Halloween party at the farms?
Yes.
Okay, and did Miss Swift attend that party also?
Yes.
Did Mr. Swift attend the party?
No, not that I know of. Not with us.
Okay. Did Miss Swift meet you there, or did she come to your house and go? How did that happen?
She came. She was at our house, and her and my wife got ready, and then when I got home, we went together.
Okay.
She went with us from our house over to the farm.
Okay. All right. Do you remember about what time you arrived at that party?
We weren't the first ones in the door. But it was probably 7 or 8. It wasn't late. It was early on. Okay.
All right. And while you were at the party, were you around Miss Swift most of the night?
Some of the night. There was a lot of people there at the party, and we were just generally mingling, but, we weren't, I'd say maybe 15, 20% of the time, maybe we were in close proximity,
Okay. Did you see Miss Swift dancing with anyone that night?
Didn't see her dancing with anyone specifically. She danced with my wife and, in a big group setting dance. That's kind of what everybody was doing, but no.
Not one individual person?
No.
Okay. Did you see her have an argument with anyone that night?
No.
Did she seem like anything was out of ordinary that night?
Not at the party or anything, no.
Okay. Do you remember what time you left the party?
It was somewhere midnight, maybe a little bit later. It wasn't late. We typically don't ever stay out any later than that, so that's,
Okay.
It was probably around 12:30, if I had to guess.
Okay. Do you remember what you did after leaving the party?
Yeah, we went to McDonald's through the drive-thru and got some French fries, and then we returned to our home.
Okay. Do you know if Miss Swift had plans for the following morning? Did she have something planned that she was going to do?
She had told us that she had to finish cleaning a house in Mason Hall for a Habitat for Humanity she'd been working on.
Okay. And after getting back to your house, did you sit around for a while? Did she leave immediately? What happened?
We just got back to the house and, basically starting to shut it down for the night. And her and Kathy were in the living room, just had conversation. And then she came, got up and said, "Hey, I'm going to leave. That my daughter was at a sleepover and something had happened there, and she was going to get her and to go home."
Okay. And do you recall about what time that was?
It had to be around 1 o'clock or so, if I had to guess. Just the timing of it had to be probably around 1.
Okay. And after Miss Swift left your house that night, well, let me ask you this first before I get into that. Did you see Miss Swift drink any alcohol that night?
I'm sure I saw her with a beer in her hand at some point in time. Yes.
Okay. Were you concerned about her driving? Did you ask her anything about that?
When she was going to leave, I asked her multiple times, are you sure you're okay to drive? And she assured me she was, and it did not seem to me that she was impaired, bad with her wits about her, and her daughter had called and she was going to get her. It wasn't going to really matter, but I asked.
But the reason you asked the question was because you knew she had had.
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear from Miss Swift again after she left your house at 1 that morning?
No.
Okay. The next morning, October 30th of 2011, do you remember what you did that morning?
We got up and went to church.
Okay.
And then went to eat at not at China Star, the other restaurant, Chinese restaurant there in Dyersburg.
Okay.
Buffet.
Did you or Miss Bona attempt to contact Miss Swift?
She did. I think she sent her some text and said she hadn't heard from her.
Okay. Never was able to get in contact with her?
No.
What happened after that? Were you concerned, or was
I think our conversation was at lunch that she hadn't heard from her, but we thought that she was probably over Mason Hall cleaning this house.
Okay.
You know, I remember we had that conversation. I said she's probably over Mason Hall cleaning that house, because that's what she, her plans were, at least for what she told us.
Okay. Was there a time that you became concerned?
Yes, we came home from eating lunch, and then when I was basically walking out the door to go to a high school football practice, and my wife was sitting at the top of the stairs in our office area and said, "Hey," her phone, I guess her phone rang. Said, "Hey, this is David calling me." And I said, "Well, answer it." And she called and talked to him, and I stood there and waited and listened. And
was the phone on? Do you recall if she had it on the speakerphone or if?
Yeah, I mean, I could hear the conversation, for the most part,
Okay. And what did you hear?
That I heard that her car, he hadn't seen her all morning, and then her car was out on the side of the road down with a flat tire, and abandoned basically, and she wasn't there. And had we seen her? That's what he asked, and Cook had said, "No, I've been texting her and I haven't seen her."
Okay. What'd you do at that point?
Well, with the car being there and the whole situation the way it was and the way we felt about things, I stood there right there while they were on the phone, and I called the sheriff's department and asked, did they have any kind of record or problem going on with that car out there with that flat tire?
Okay. What was your purpose of calling the sheriff's department?
I mean, we were concerned about where she was.
Okay. Were you concerned that she may have been arrested?
I've had employees over the years in the past that have gotten in trouble, and I've had to call the sheriff's department just to try to track them down to see if something had happened with them. So, I knew I knew that I could call, and if that was a possibility, that at least we would know where she was. But I mean, I was genuinely concerned about the whole situation.
What was the primary purpose of the phone call?
To locate her.
Okay. After calling the sheriff's department, do you know if Mr. Swift had called the sheriff's department prior to you doing that?
I don't know that.
Okay. What'd you do after making that phone call?
Kathy and I drove out to where the car was.
Okay.
And
did you drive together or separate?
No, we drove separate. Because even on the way out there, we thought, well, maybe she's over at Mason Hall, and I'll go over there and check that. So we drove separate out there.
Okay. When you arrived at the car, was anyone else there?
No.
Just you and your wife?
Yeah, when we arrived there, and shortly after we got there, Mr. Rollins pulled up where Ashley was spending the night before, and he pulled up too.
Who was that?
Mr. Rollins.
Okay. So he was the next person to arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift arrive while you were there?
No.
Okay. And how far was the car from Miss Swift's house?
Around the corner. I mean, couldn't have been much more than a quarter mile maybe.
Okay. Was it close enough that she could have walked home?
Oh, yes.
Did you notice anything about the car?
Well, we looked at the flat tire at that point, and then Mr. Rollins was there with me, and immediately saw it was sheet metal screw, sticking out of the tire 2 or 3 inches.
Okay. Did anyone else arrive while you were there?
No.
Okay. So what did you do next?
At that point, I told Kathy and Mr. Rollins, I said, well, I'm going to go to Mason Hall, and hopefully she is just there cleaning this house and doing what she's, what she planned to do. So I left and drove to Mason Hall.
Okay. And did you make it to that house?
Yes, made to the house. I talked to the neighbors behind it if they're out in the yard and asked them if they seen her that day. And they, said no, she'd been here the last couple of days, but we haven't seen her today.
Okay. Do you know if Miss Swift had a voicemail on her cell phone?
I don't know that.
Okay. After Miss Swift was missing, did you do anything to try to help locate Miss Swift?
Yeah, well, Kathy and I, kind of just haywire, kind of drove here and there, and she had done some landscaping, and got some rocks out by the Mississippi River for us, and then at some point in time we had heard that her cell phone pinged out there close to the Mississippi River, so, we drove down to that area, just kind of not with any real plan, just kind of wanting to try to do something to help locate her.
Okay. And do you know if Mr. Swift made any attempts to locate his wife?
I didn't have any contact with him, so I don't know. After that phone call with my wife, I didn't have any contact with him or anything.
And Mr. Bona, you've told us about your relationship with Miss Swift. Did you have a romantic relationship with Miss Swift?
No.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment? Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Good morning, Mr. Bona.
Good morning.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Yes, sir.
All right. You were interviewed by law enforcement at some point in the days after Karen Swift was missing.
Yes,
You talked with them and answered questions.
I did.
That was when it was fresh, I guess, on your mind.
Yes,
All right. This has been several years later here today.
yes,
Okay. Would you mind?
Yes.
A little hard hearing, sir. You gave Karen Swift a second phone so she didn't have to communicate with her husband.
I gave her the phone to be able to communicate with her attorney.
And you knew she was married at the time.
Yes,
You had the ability to look at the records on Karen Swift's phone, the one you gave her.
yes,
So you kept up, if you wanted to, with who she's calling and who's contacting her.
no.
You had access to the records.
I had access to all the records. I had probably 11 phones at that time on me, so I had access, but
You had access to the records, so you could see, if you wanted to, who she was calling or who was calling her on the phone you gave her.
yes,
All right. You knew that she had phone calls with Jamie Guerin?
I did not know that.
Okay. Thomas Haynes?
I did not know that.
You know who Thomas Haynes is?
I do not.
All right. On Kathy's 40th birthday, y'all had a party,
Yes.
involved a hot tub.
The party was at the farms. After the party at the house.
Right.
Yes,
Y'all invited people back to your house.
yes,
All right. Several people came.
yes,
Okay. The people that were in the hot tub, everyone's in the hot tub half with clothes and half without clothes. Do you recall saying that to law enforcement when they asked you?
that's what I remember, yes.
All right. And is that the occasion where a lot of people are drinking at this hot tub thing?
There wasn't much drinking going on at this point. I mean, we didn't have drinks at our house to supply, so if they were, it was something they brought from the party themselves, but it was kind of an impromptu thing. You know, it wasn't planned, you know, so.
Now, that was the occasion, the hot tub party after the 40th birthday party, when you say that Karen got up out of the hot tub and went and laid down in the nude?
I said I saw her in the living room. I don't know what transpired before then. I didn't see her get out or see her leave the hot tub. I just found her there.
And then you went up to where she was?
I was walking through the living room, and yes, you know, opening the door, people were starting to leave, and she was there.
You and Karen were in the same room by yourselves?
Yes.
All right. Miss Alford walks in while you're in there with Kathy. Excuse me, Karen.
I turned around to go get a towel or find her, and she was there. You know,
Miss Alford?
Yes, and
Okay.
and that's so. Like I said, the room is open. It's open to the next room. It's all open.
All right. And did you state when you talked to law enforcement that Karen was passed out drunk?
I don't remember the conversation. I'm sure it's there, but I mean, she was asleep, so, you know, from what I could see, so that would have been a deduction, yes.
All right. And did you state to law enforcement when you were interviewed on October 31st that I threw a big towel on her and so you can take it or leave it, whatever you want to do?
I don't remember saying that exactly, but I mean, I don't recall.
Okay. You did throw a big towel on her?
From what I remember, I thought that I asked Robin to get a towel and left the room, but maybe she had one with her. I do not recall exactly, but that was the purpose, to get her covered up.
You did answer a lot of questions back then for the law enforcement officers.
That was uncomfortable, and that was a situation, you know, that we felt like we were treated kind of unfairly in, but yes.
By law enforcement?
Yes.
Because when they brought you in, they read you your rights?
No, they asked us to come in. I mean, we had been to the police station multiple times voluntarily, trying to find her, trying to explain to them that something is not right here.
Right, but when you went in on October the 31st, didn't they advise you before you started this interview of your Miranda rights?
No.
That's not true?
No, I didn't. They were there. We were there to talk. I don't remember that.
Okay. If I could I pass this to you and ask you to look at this?
Sure. Okay.
Does that have a date on it, sir, of October 31st, 2011?
It does.
All right. Can I ask you to look at, I guess, page 3, and just read it to yourself to refresh your memory, just that top part, and then when you're done, just look up, sir. Does that refresh your memory?
I'm sure I said this, but I don't remember specifically saying it, but I mean, it's here, so.
Were you, after looking at that, can I ask you, does that refresh your memory? Weren't you advised of your Miranda rights?
I don't remember that, but if it's here, I may have. Well, the purpose for us going in is they asked for our DNA, so, I mean, and we had no problem providing that, so then it led into this, so, I mean, I guess I did.
Okay. I asked you about a guy from Union City named Mr. Tom Hardy. You recall me asking that just a moment ago?
I remember you asking the name. Now,
You remember a guy from Union City?
I remember a guy from Union City. Yes, I didn't remember his name.
And do you remember him calling or having contact with Karen?
Looking at this, you know, remember what the context of this is that we had brought in those phone records, and I'm sure, you know, we went through them, you know, saying, even with Karen herself, whose number is this, whose number is this, and this is David's number.
And that may have been one of the numbers that you answered?
If I've got it here, then like I said, the records will show that that's it. I guess, you know, I don't remember the name specifically.
All right, on page 24, would you go there? On paragraph 18, you see the numbers down the side. Just look at that and see if that refreshes your memory.
Okay.
Did you tell them a guy named Tom from Union City?
I'm sure I told him that, but I didn't. If I knew that, I knew that through Kathy telling me.
All right.
You know, or maybe Karen telling me.
Well, let me ask this: didn't you and your wife take Karen to a concert in Caruthersville, a Kansas concert?
Yes, we all went together.
And isn't that where Karen met Tom in your presence?
She didn't meet him in my presence. We were there together, but there was there was a lot of time at the concert before that we weren't together. I don't ever remember meeting this person or seeing him.
Well, let me ask you this. On page 24, the same page, paragraph 14, would you look at that, just refresh your memory, and then let me ask you about it?
Okay.
Back then, didn't you tell the officers in your interview that you and your wife took Karen to a Kansas concert in Caruthersville?
That's what it says, yes.
Right. And this is you answering questions to law enforcement?
Yes.
All right. And then it was in the row right in front of us in the bar that night, a guy named Tom from Union City and Karen met or together. Did you say that?
I'm sure I said it if it's here. I don't remember saying it, but it's not surprising I won't remember. I was, terribly flustered in this situation, answering all these questions. So I'm sure it's here. I'm sure I said it.
And didn't you also tell law enforcement that Karen and this guy named Tom flirted around a little bit and then got to know each other there on the top of page 25?
I'm sure that's what I said, but like I said, I do not ever. We never sat with the person or conversated. I don't ever remember seeing him. So
I'm showing you the transcript from the interview.
Well, I'm sure it's true. If it's
Okay.
on this transcript, I don't remember it, but I'm sure it's.
All right. Let me just go back just a couple of things. Regarding finding Karen laying naked and then you going up to her, didn't you say she was just laying there, and about nothing on her? I threw a big towel on her so you can take it or leave it, whatever you want to do, in response to law enforcement officers.
Yeah, I'm sure I said that because, like I said, I felt at that point that I was being accused of something, so I was pretty agitated during this interview.
And didn't you also tell law enforcement that, I don't know if David fabricated it or Robin said it about what happened?
If that's here,
Page 23.
yeah, if that's here, I'm sure that's what I said. I don't remember me specifically saying that, but
Page 23, if you want to refresh your memory.
yeah, if it's here, I'm sure I said it. I mean, if this is accurate, so.
All right. Did you also tell law enforcement during that interview that you were aware that Karen had a friend from Little Rock who was married and had kids?
What page is that on?
Page 24.
It's here, so I'm sure I said that.
All right. Let me just move through. All right. Regarding Tom, did you tell law enforcement in that interview that you heard about conversations with Tom and Karen up to the Halloween party that Saturday night that afterwards she went missing?
What page is that on?
Page 25.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure it's there at the bottom, yeah.
Does that refresh your memory?
I'm sorry, not really. I don't remember exactly, but it's here, so I'm sure it's accurate.
But did you tell law enforcement that during the interview?
Like I said, I'm sure I did. I don't remember specifically if I wasn't looking at this, but it's here and this is accurate, so I'm sure I did.
All right. Let me just back up a little bit. After your wife's 40th birthday party, and you put a towel over Karen, and Robin came in while you were in the room alone with Karen, did Robin Alford come back again to your house after that date?
No.
Okay. And were you aware that caused problems with the Swifts?
Yes. I mean, because evidently she stated that,
and Robin Alford also caused problems with you and your wife and Robin Alford?
No, well, I mean, I knew Robin. I wasn't really, friends with her any closer than anybody else. But yeah, once that was said and my wife found out that was said, then yes, that caused problems because that was something that was untrue.
And Miss Alford didn't come over again?
Not that I know of, no.
All right. And after that, sometime, you said that there was another occasion where Karen was at the house and other people, the Lees, were at the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is sometime after the 40th birthday party?
Yeah, it would have been pretty soon after, yeah.
And people were in the hot tub again?
Yes, the people that were there.
All right. People were in various stages of being dressed or undressed?
Yes, I wouldn't imagine. I'm trying to remember exactly.
Some people were just naked?
I don't remember particularly anybody being that way, but I'm trying to remember, and it wouldn't, it wouldn't surprise me if there was, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. You're saying David Swift walked in to your house and went to looking for his wife?
Yes, he came in the back door off the patio, yes.
All right. He walked in.
Yes.
There wasn't a fight or a struggle.
No, there wasn't a knock. There wasn't anything. He opened my door at my house and walked in.
Did you hear him ask for Karen?
He asked did I know where she was? Yes.
All right. Was this late at night?
Yes. Well, I mean, late for us. It was probably 10 or 11 if I had to guess.
All right. And he went upstairs.
I told him that she was upstairs talking to Kathy, yes.
Yeah. You answered his question. And
Yes.
he went upstairs to find his wife.
Yes.
And as he went up the stairs, your wife, Kathy, was with Karen in the bed.
I wasn't there, but yes, she had gone to bed sometime before my wife had.
And that Karen was in the bed with your wife, not having all of her clothes on.
I wasn't up there. I didn't ever see that. So I don't know.
And you saw David Swift come back down.
Yes, I heard them have an argument and then, quickly, and then come back down the stairs and leave.
You heard him say, "Are you going to come home?"
I heard him yelling at her. I don't particularly, what are you doing and that type of thing. And
then he walked back down.
yeah, he came back down the stairs and left.
He just walked out and left.
Yes.
You told the police that when they interviewed you that day that David had never threatened you
No.
and that y'all had never had a fight.
We never did, no.
And you had never observed David Swift having a fight with anybody in your house.
No, the 2 times he was ever present there, no.
When Karen's iPhone the phone that she normally used? Did it ever go out of service because she didn't pay her bill?
I have no idea.
Did you previously give her that phone to use before?
Not before this one time, no.
And this was some months before she went missing?
I'm sure the bill would show it was after the contact with the attorney. So I would guess that it was sometime around the 1st of October. That's
And you and your wife helped Karen Swift to arrange to divorce her husband.
We loaned her that money.
And you furnished her a mechanism to leave town with her daughters that week, didn't you?
She went on vacation with us with her children.
And she brought the 2 children.
Yes.
And you were aware that David Swift didn't know where she went when she went with you or where his daughters went that day.
Yes.
Were you aware that Karen Swift was going to spend the night with you after the Halloween party?
Through my wife, I think that from what she told me, that was the plan, that, she was going to stay there and pick up Ashley in the morning.
And that plan changed when her daughter called her.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, David Swift didn't know about that because Karen Swift didn't tell you she was calling and going home before her daughter called.
No.
When the officers, they ask you a lot of questions and you said it made you feel uncomfortable.
Yes.
The officers asked you if you and your wife were swingers and had orgies at your house, didn't they?
Yes.
And you answered them, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, didn't you answer them? Not that offends me. Didn't you tell the officers that? Like I said, it's not something that we ain't talked about as a couple before. So I'm not shy about discussing it, that kind of stuff. Isn't that how you responded to the officers?
If that's how it was there, I remember at that point in the conversation, I didn't understand where the questioning was going, and I was agitated. I was trying to get out of that, wanted to get out of that room at that point because I didn't understand what the line of questioning was.
Can I ask you to look at page 56 and refresh your memory?
Yes.
Didn't you respond that way to the officers when they asked you that question?
If this is accurate, I'm sure I did.
Now, let me ask you, Karen Swift left your house, you and Kathy were at your house when her daughter called.
Yes.
You were aware that she was taking her daughter and going home, and it was a change of plans
Yes.
because Karen planned on spending the night with y'all.
Yes.
And Karen went to the party, and I guess y'all did too, in costumes or outfits.
Yes.
It was a Halloween party.
Yes.
And Karen had an outfit that she wore.
I don't remember it being an outfit. I mean, if I remember right, it was a black dress or a black skirt, and she had just like a party mask, like a Mardi Gras mask. That was it.
And boots?
I'm not really sure what kind of shoes she had on. But
Okay, well then that's fair. And then she left,
yes.
and it was after midnight.
Yes.
And the next morning, you're present when David Swift calls your wife to ask if you both know where Karen is.
In the afternoon, yes, not in the morning.
Okay. And you're not exactly sure what time it is?
It was right there before 2 o'clock. I was leaving the house at 2 to go to where I needed to go, and it was a little bit before 2 is what I remember.
But y'all didn't call him first. He called you.
That's correct.
Out of concern looking for his wife.
He called us, that's correct.
And then based on that, and he also is the one that told you where he heard her car was located or knew where her car was located. He
Yes.
gave you that information.
Yes.
And then based on that is why you went to the car, you and your wife.
Yes.
And you live how far from the Swift home?
10 miles maybe.
Okay. And I guess before you got there, you don't know who had been at the car or who had not been at the car, right?
No.
Okay. And you pull up and you get out and the officer arrives.
No. The officer did not arrive while I was there.
Okay. And you don't know if they had been there before or before y'all arrived first.
I don't know who was there before we arrived, no.
And y'all stood around the car and talked to the officers.
Yeah, I wasn't there when the officers came.
Were you there when the officers came?
No, I'd left.
Okay. You and your wife had left?
No, I'd left.
Okay. Your wife stayed and you left?
Yes.
And did you go to, is it Trimble or Mason Hall? Looking for her?
It's one of those places. It may be in between. It's a little community right there. Trimble, Mason Hall, right there in that area.
Okay. And then you were gone for a period of time, and then you come back to where the car is?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously you don't know who had come and gone during when you had left,
No.
or before you and your wife got to the car originally.
No.
And you're saying at some point you looked at the tire and saw a nail sticking out
A screw.
several inches,
Yes.
and you talked to the officers, and then you saw David Swift also.
No.
You see him?
I did not. I was not present when David was there with the officer and my wife. No.
Okay. And when you come back to the car, law enforcement became more active.
Yeah, when I got back to the car, the sheriff's deputy was leaving, was coming back out. from their residence, is from what he told us.
Okay. And you don't know who the officer was?
It was the sheriff's deputy. I don't know him by name, no.
And you were aware he came from the Swift home?
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay. And did y'all stay there for a period of time and then eventually go home?
We left pretty well after that. He came back and he had come from there and we left.
The next day is when law enforcement spoke to you and your wife.
That wasn't the next day. If I remember correctly now, this happened a period of a week or two later when they called and asked us if we provide our DNA, and we said sure. That's when this happened.
Now, she went missing October the 30th of 2011.
Yes.
That Sunday.
Yes, that's when the Sunday is when we went out and looked at her car. Yes.
And can I ask you to look at the transcript about your interview?
What page you got?
Top cover.
Okay.
Is it dated that Monday, October the 31st?
It is. I don't remember it that way, but I thought we gave this interview when we came in and gave our DNA.
But you may have come back in and been re-interviewed and given DNA on that date.
I really remember that's when this long interview process came. We came in on the 31st and we talked in one of the rooms to one of the sheriffs, just cordially, the two of us. But I don't necessarily agree with this date in this instance, because that interview did not happen that day. That interview happened the day that we gave DNA. I'm pretty sure.
Sir, is it possible with the passage of time you just may have gotten the date mixed up?
No, because I remember this interview. It was really uncomfortable for my wife and I both. I remember it extensively. And
was it uncomfortable for you because you thought you were being accused of things?
Yeah, we don't operate in this world. We've never been a part of anything like this, and it was very uncomfortable and unsettling. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bona, did you make Karen Swift get a divorce?
No.
Did you try to talk her into it?
No. When I first met her through my wife was actually trying to talk her out of it, and we got married to be married and stay married, so that's what we believe, and that's kind of that first interaction that we went there with them. That was kind of even purposeful, and she was trying, I know specifically, to tell her, hey, you can try to work this out. You've got kids, you can marry, and then over time we understood exactly how she felt, I guess, but it was actually the other way around to start, early on.
Okay. Did you make Karen Swift go on vacation with you?
No.
Was she an adult?
Yes.
Could she make her own decisions?
Yes.
You testified that Miss Swift was going to, the plan was, after the Halloween party, Miss Swift was going to spend the night at your house on the couch. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Swift knew that?
I do not.
Okay. So is it possible he did not even know that?
It's possible. I mean,
okay. And you stated in the cross that you lived 10 miles from where the car was, just approximately.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Swift lived a quarter of a mile to a half mile from where the car was?
Yes.
Okay. But you still beat him to the car?
We got there and nobody was there, so
Okay.
I guess. I don't know who came before we got there.
So regardless of the fact Mr. Swift lives close, you got there before he did?
Your Honor, I object to the witness. He's trying to lead the witness into it. The witness has already responded.
Objection sustained. Let's go ahead.
Okay. You said, last thing that you said was that you were upset because you were being accused of things and you're not used to being in that situation. Is that right?
That's how we felt looking back on it and thinking, I don't think that was the intent, but
Okay.
it was.
Did you feel like you were being accused of kidnapping?
No.
Did you feel like you were being accused of murder?
No.
Was it more so just inappropriate behavior that you felt that they were accusing you of?
Yes, I mean, that seemed like the gist of what was going on. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you can step down, sir. Is this witness excused?
Yes.
Free to go, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick morning break. We've got it's going to be just a little bit longer because we've got a piece of business that we need to take care of while you're out there. So get a cup of coffee and use the restroom and relax, and we'll get you back in as quickly as we can. Okay?
All right.
All right, let's take about 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll come back without the jury, and we'll deal with it.
We need Ms. Bona in here, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we'll need her here for that.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right, we'll be in recess. General, who's your next witness?
Your next witness will be Kathy Bona.
Now, is this one of the witnesses that falls under the prior order, the 8033 information?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you all agree we're at the point, based on the prior, the state's prior motion, as well as the defendant's position in the matter, that the court needs to go ahead and hear the testimony, that part of the testimony, jury out, in order to make the analysis under 8033? Is that where we are?
We do, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, Judge?
Yes, sir.
All right. We have your previous order.
Right.
We have what the state gave notice of, the questions and Your Honor's interpretation or the court's ruling. Are we limited ourselves to the things that you still say are in play? It
No.
seems like that's what we're doing.
Well, no, we're not. I mean, the court's prior order eliminated totally a few things.
Yes, that's
but remember, the state's motion did not say these are the only areas that are going to come up. The state gave examples of the kind of testimony that they expected to use, and so I think with this witness, let's develop the testimony, and then we can hash through the objection and determine what's going to go and what's not going to go.
Your Honor, I'm just asking about the method of doing this. Is the state's going to call this witness in and ask the proposed questions, and we'll hear the witness's response,
Yes.
and then
You may do like Mr. Petri and say, is that a question, or you want me just to answer the... Yes, you're correct. That's what I'm anticipating we doing.
and we hear the statement.
Right.
And can I cross-examine, or?
Yes.
Okay. But we're limiting ourselves to just these things.
Yes.
Okay. And then afterwards, can I ask, is the witness going to be excused, and then we can talk about it?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, what's the purpose of cross-examination? The purpose of this hearing is to get the statement in, or for you to hear the statement and then make a determination if it's relevant or not. How does cross-examination play a part in that?
Cross-examination, in my view, may add to or take away the court's ability to, or it's going to possibly add to the court's ability to analyze the statement under the appropriate rules. And so I'm going. This is not going to be wide open testimony nor wide open cross-examination. It's going to be limited, Mr. Taylor, to the factors that help the court determine whether or not the statement is admissible. Okay?
Yes, that's fine. Yes.
Conduct? Whose conduct? Yes.
Relevance, timing, context, and whether or not it fits within or without 8033 exception. Those are the things that I'll need to hear in order to do that, and I'll cut you off if we get, I'll cut both of you off if we get far away from that. Okay? So, call your witness, sir.
Kathy Bona.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Bona.
Morning.
Would you spell your name Kathy? How do you spell that?
Cathy.
And Bona is Bona?
Yes.
Ms. Bona, thank you for being here. I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'm going to have more questions later, but this is more focused on a certain area.
Okay.
Did you and Ms. Swift spend time talking on the phone and texting one another?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a copy of some messages and ask if you can identify these. And these are dated June 28th of 2011.
General, what date did you say?
June 28th, 2011. Okay, Ms. Bona, do you recognize those messages?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are text messages between myself and Karen.
Okay, and I see that one of the message bars is green, and the other, I guess, is a white or gray.
Yes.
Which is your conversation, and which is that of Ms. Swift?
My conversation is in the green, and hers is in the white or gray.
Okay, and at the top of the message, what does it say?
The date?
Looks like there's a name there.
Yes, it says the first message that Karen sent,
At the very top.
June 28, 2011.
No, above that.
Above that.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Maybe that one doesn't show.
That's the next one, yeah. There's the next
Is
one.
there anything that shows a name on the text
There
message?
is. The second sheet, it has Karen S. at the top,
Okay. And do you know why it says that?
because that's who I was talking to.
Okay. Did you save that in your phone, in your contacts?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the way that you saved that message?
Yes, that's the way I had her in my contacts, so it would have been.
Okay. Okay. The first message there, June 28, 2011. Would you read what the part of the statement that was from Ms. Swift?
David is acting very strange, kind of scaring me. He says he took 2 Ambien, and then she put spelling as if she spelled Ambien correctly. And then it's signed Karen underneath it.
Okay, and then what was your response?
Question mark. Maybe he's making a last-ditch effort to gain sympathy and playing depression.
Okay, and her next comment?
You are right. When he had his affair, he put a gun to his head. Gonna make sure he's asleep before me, Karen.
Okay, and if you would go to the next page, would you read that?
Serious? He is messed up. That was me. She replied, yeah, and scaring me. I have my girls and locking my door. I can say before now I have never been scared of him. I'm going to let Dustin know. Signed, Karen. I replied, I'm scared for you. Text me in the morning, please. And she replied, I will. Don't want you to worry. I'm probably making more of it. Have fun. Signed, Karen.
Okay, and then the next page. And I think that's kind of a repeat
It
of
is.
some of that, but I think some of it cut off.
Yes, and then she, after her, said, probably making more of it, have fun. I replied, he's the all talk, no action kind of guy, right? Yeah, looking for pity, so, right.
Okay. Your Honor, do you want to address one at a time, or do you want to go through all of them?
Is that the whole?
That's the end of that
Let's go
conversation.
through all of it, and then we'll deal with it.
Okay.
Just a second. What?
Would you consider just taking it a section at a time? And I'll just limit my questions very briefly.
Okay, that's all right. Well, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. General, do you have an extra copy that I can have or borrow, or can we go make a copy real quick?
Can we make a copy, please? I don't think I have an extra.
I think we've got a machine right here.
Would you make 2? Because I don't want to have to pass the exhibit back.
2 copies, please.
Thank you, Judge.
Who would have thought of a copier in a courtroom?
It's impressive.
You hand those back to the witness. I understand. No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so let me clarify a couple of things. On the photocopies, it looks like what is shown as green on the original ones is showing up as a dark shaded, and then the white or gray appear as a lighter background deal. So are we dealing only with these 3 pages at the time?
Yes.
At this time. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor, and if you'll limit your cross-examination to this, then.
Ms. Bona, let me ask you some things. Can you hear me pretty good?
Yes.
These messages are from June 28th of 2011.
Yes.
That's well before her divorce. Is that correct?
Yes.
Her divorce was in October.
Yes.
Well before she went missing also.
Yes.
October the 30th. Several months before.
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm not trying to be rude, but if you'll answer yes or no
Okay.
for the record, we just have to be sure.
Okay.
We're dealing with what Karen said to you, and that's the ones that are not dark colored, right?
Yes.
And the first message at 9:45 p.m. on June 28th talks about David acting very strange.
Yes.
She's referring to David Swift, she's not referring to herself, is she?
No.
Okay. She's talking about David's conduct, isn't she?
Yes.
And she's referring specifically all to David's conduct in that first message, isn't she?
Yes.
Not her own.
No.
And then you respond to her,
Yes.
and that's in the dark,
Yes.
and you respond, gain sympathy, playing for depression. You respond that.
Yes.
You don't say anything about fear or threats. You say sympathy or playing depression. That's how you respond.
Yes.
Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
Yes.
And then she responds talking about his conduct, that he had his affair, put a gun to his head. That's how she responds to you.
Yes, his conduct.
His conduct, not hers.
Yes.
And she makes a vague reference to gonna make sure he's asleep before me. She says that. And that's all she responds on that one message.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
She doesn't put any other explanation or context on it.
No.
All right. Now, and you respond serious, he's messed up.
Yes.
And she responds, yeah, scaring me. She's talking about herself, I guess herself at this point.
Yes.
That's the first time she talks about how she felt in that message.
Yes.
All right. And then she talks about others, like her and the girls. Is that right? It talks about the girls. It talks about others' conduct, not David's.
Talks about her conduct, yes.
Yeah, her and the girls, which is somebody, the girls.
Yes. Doesn't talk about their conduct. She said, I have my girls, and locking the door.
Okay. And she doesn't really explain more than locking the doors. She doesn't give an explanation of the outside door or the inside door, does she? She just, that's as much as she refers to it.
Right.
And the girls refers to other conduct other than herself.
Other people. She
Yes,
didn't
other than
specifically said
herself.
their conduct, but they're people.
Other than herself.
Yes.
then she says, I can say before I've never been scared of them, scared of harm, I guess that's what that is. That's how she and she's going to let somebody else know.
Yes.
She's talking about others other than herself.
Yes.
And she doesn't really say anything other than going to let Dustin know. She doesn't explain what she's going to let him know or anything. That's all she says.
Right.
She doesn't explain what she's going to let him know or why she's going to let him know. She just says, going to let Dustin know.
Yes, he's scaring me. I'm going to lock my doors. I've never been scared of him before now, but I'm going to let Dustin know.
But she doesn't explain why she's going to let him know herself, does she?
She just says she's going to let him know, referring to what she wrote in the text, that she was scared of him.
But she doesn't explain it any more than that.
No.
Okay. Now, and you respond about yourself and how you feel about it.
Yes.
Okay. And she responds to what you say, and I'm scared for you. That's what you say. And she responds assuring you, don't want you to worry. I'm probably making more of it. Have fun. That's how she responds.
Yes.
So she says something that don't worry, I'm probably making more of it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Let me make sure. And then you respond, he's all talk, no action, right?
Yes, I ask him that. Ask her that.
And so you're saying, you're in a way asking her, hey, he's all talk, he's not really going to do anything. Isn't that what you're kind of saying to her?
It is.
And she responds, yeah. Looking for pity, so right. She really agrees with you, don't she?
Well, she wants to make me comfortable, so yes.
But she didn't say that. She said,
No.
yeah. You say, oh, no talk, no action kind of guy, right? And she totally agrees with you in that next message. Is that right?
It appears that way, yes.
And then y'all move on to another subject.
Yes.
Okay. This is the end of the first exchange, I guess, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect, General? Can we mark the 3 pages for identification just so the court can refer to those matters? That's going to be 15 for identification only. Yeah, if she'll mark those. You can hand them back to her if you want to. It doesn't make any difference. Okay, it's the state's motion about these matters. Tell me, General, what is the purpose? For what purpose are these statements offered at this time?
Judge, we ask the witness to step out when we go through this.
Beg your pardon?
We need to ask the witness to step out.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Bone. I need you to wait outside the courtroom in the hallway, ma'am.
Okay.
We'll
We're
get you
going to
right.
go through these messages one at a time then?
We're going to deal with this first set of 3 pages.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's laborious, but I don't know of a better way to deal with it right now.
Yes, no, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure that that's the proper way we were going to
Okay.
do that. Yes, sir, that's
Okay.
fine.
Now, my question to you is, for what purpose are these statements offered?
Your Honor, as I told you in my motion, these are offered to show the state of mind of the victim in the case. And I understand that this was June 28th. It was a few months before the divorce. However, you're going to see that this is a constant state of mind for over the next several months, that this was not a one-time event, that she was just afraid that night. you're going to hear that she told not only Ms. Bona but other witnesses also that she was afraid of the defendant. Your Honor, so it goes specifically to her state of mind, which is admissible according to case law that I've already presented to the court. Your Honor, in addition to that, the defense has already raised the issue in the opening to the jury, and they've already heard that the fact that Ms. Swift was not scared of the defendant. She was never afraid of him. Your Honor, so the state should be allowed to put on proof that that in fact is not true, and that that statement is not true. Your Honor, and as far as the statements, if I could just go through each page. And
Sure.
I agree. Her statement that David is acting very strange is conduct of another. However, it goes to the very next phrase that she says, kind of scaring me. Your Honor, so it explains why she's afraid. It's not just talking about his conduct and what he's doing or where he's going. Your Honor, if the jury just hears kind of scaring me, they're not going to know what that context is. As far as her saying he took 2 Ambien, yes, that is conduct of another. We agree with that. The last statement she makes on that page, you're right. When he had his affair, he put a gun to his head. Yes, I agree that is conduct of another. It's about a different time frame. The state agrees that is not proper. You know, so
That entire message right there.
well, no, sir. I'm going to say that part of the message is not, but the next part, going to make sure he's asleep before me.
Okay.
You know, that goes on to talk about the fear that she just explained, and she's afraid. She's going to make sure that he's asleep before her. Your Honor, so we think that part of the message is proper. The next message on the second page, she just says, serious, he's messed up, Your Honor. Not sure how you want to deal with what Ms. Bona said, but the next part of the message, yeah, and scaring me, that obviously talks about her fear and her state of mind. And also the very next thing, I have my girls. She didn't say what her girls was doing. She didn't say my girls are in the room playing. She said, I have my girls and locking my door. I can say before now, I have never been scared of him. Gonna let Dustin know. You know, that entire text conversation, that entire box, talks about her fear. And as far as saying gonna let Dustin know, it's obvious that she's afraid to the point she's going to tell her son, I'm afraid of your father. Something's going on. Your Honor, and as far as the remainder of the message, then that part is, we agree, is not relevant. Not
Which
important.
one's that?
At the bottom of the message where it says, I don't want you to worry. I'm probably making more of it. Have fun. The defense may want that.
Go back to that other box there
Okay.
that begins, yeah, and scaring me.
Yes, sir.
I have my girls and locking my door. I can say before now, we didn't talk about this sentence, I have never been scared of him. But you submit that that's appropriate under the 8033.
Yes, sir, because it also shows that this is a new development. There's been a change in the relationship. In the past, she's never been afraid, but at this point, the relationship is not the same. Things are starting to change between both of them. She wants the divorce. She can't afford it. And it goes on to talk about that, no, in the past, everything has been fine, but now, all of a sudden, things are different.
Now, what about that last sentence, gonna let Dustin know? The court has zero context for that.
Well, Your Honor, I believe you do. It's a part of the same conversation.
I understand, but nobody knows. I don't know who Dustin is and why Dustin needs to know something and how that even relates, which message this relates to.
Well, I can clarify that with Ms. Bona, that's Mr. Swift and Ms. Swift's son.
That's the son?
Yes.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And then on the last page, Your Honor,
Okay.
I don't think that anything there
Okay.
is anything we're concerned with.
All right. Very good. All right, Mr. Taylor, let's think about those.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have not considered.
Judge, can I respond this way? She goes missing October 30th of 2011.
I'm sorry.
She goes missing October the 30th of 2011. She files for divorce on October the 10th, 2011. These messages are from several months before that, June 20th.
October what, the date of the divorce filing?
October the 10th, 2011.
Gotcha.
Now, let me dispatch something while I'm thinking about it. The prosecutor said that I made a comment in opening statements that opens the door. Remember the statements of counsel issue we talked about before? What I say in opening is not evidence, but let me say this. It is a fact in this case that when Karen Swift filed for divorce, October the 10th, 2011, several months after these messages, that she went back after her trip to Alabama and lived in the house with David Swift. She's going back and living in the same house with him after she's filed for divorce. That is a fact. That is a fact that will come up from the case. That indicates that she's filed for divorce. She's gone for a week. I submit it kind of shows that she wants a cooling off, not uncomfortable phase, a vacation, and then she comes back just a few days or a week after October the 10th with the girls and lives in the house with him. And there's nothing that I've opened the door. That's just a fact. And her action by going back to the house after filing for divorce indicates that she's not in fear or that has no hesitation about going back to the house. These messages from June the 28th, several months, July, August, September, October, 4 months before, are remote from this. We don't even have the context of what started this whole conversation. Acting strange is vague. Does that mean, it doesn't say violent, acting strange, it's not defined. There's nothing more specific. These messages are very remote to the relevant time frame of this case of her going missing, the divorce, her going back, and then later the month of her missing. And so the part that he took 2 Ambiens, obviously his conduct, I think the state would agree, and Your Honor would agree, talks about David Swift's conduct. 803.3 is about the conduct of the declarant. So it would be inadmissible. The acting strange is just not defined. It's vague, and it's several months. And this Karen Swift goes on in this message and indicates that, well, I don't want you to worry. I'm probably making more of it. Have fun. She sort of downplays it. She sort of downplays it in this own exchange of messages at the end. I'm probably making more of it. Have fun. So we're talking about issues here under 803.3. And the court also has to consider the possible prejudicial effect. And I'm sure the government or the state wants to make Mr. Swift look bad or look unreasonable or look angry or violent in the eyes of the jury. I understand that, but these are very remote. The prejudicial effect with the vagueness of these messages, and it talks about the conduct of others, it should not be relevant in this time frame, this first exchange that we're talking about. Making a last-ditch effort to gain sympathy, playing depression. And Ms. Swift responded about his conduct, and she even agrees with Ms. Bona, you're right, which indicates again that Ms. Swift's saying sympathy. She doesn't say no. She doesn't straighten Ms. Bona out and say, no, I'm scared of him. I think he's going to hit me. She doesn't say that. She completely downplays it. And so I would say that on this first page that those should be irrelevant and should be excluded, and because of the time frame. Yeah, and scare me doesn't explain. Is she afraid or scared? She doesn't explain the context on the second page of, is it about money? Is it about the property? She doesn't give the context other than, yeah, scare me. And she talks about my girls, and that's the conduct of others. She even says, I can truly say before now, but she doesn't explain. I can truly say before now, I have never been scared of him. She doesn't explain why she's scared of him. She doesn't give any context to it, Judge. And gonna let Dustin know, talks about the conduct of somebody else.
All right.
And then looking, I don't want you to worry, I'm probably making more of it than I have. Just indicates towards the end that she doesn't take it seriously. So for that reason, I would object to all these messages being included, especially during this several months out time frame with no context and no more information, and Ms. Swift downplaying herself and being vague, downplaying the fear in the messages response.
Court's required to, under Tennessee Rules of Evidence 803.3, required to analyze statements that purport to convey the state of mind, existing mental state, then existing mental emotional or physical condition. There are several factors involved, and I have in the order dated May 17, 2024. This exchange represents some of the example matters that the state brought to the attention of the court in its motion, and it was helpful to be able to perform the analysis. And let's take the first page there. The text box begins, David is acting very strange. The state contends that that's necessary to provide context itself for the next statement, which is kind of scaring me. There, in that instance, the court does not see in any of the cases or see under the rule itself that that context should be permitted, so that context testimony that does not fit within the rule can be used in order to make a statement fit within the rule. That is, so it can provide context. So there's no context whatsoever for this first statement there. The second one, the second text box on that first page, obviously when it says when he had his affair he put a gun to his head, that is conduct of someone other than the declarant, Ms. Swift. So that statement is inadmissible as well, and I think the state concedes that. But the state contends that the next sentence is going to make sure he is asleep before me.
She's referring right after the gun statement that happened years ago, allegedly.
She's also referring right after she said, he's scaring me.
He had an affair, which was years before this, and the gun thing, allegations she made from years before. So she's referring to what she just mentioned. So, Judge, you're taking it. If the statement, that line before about the gun and the affair are not proper, how could that explanation right after it would be taken out of context? Because it's obvious that she's referring to the gun and the affair allegations.
The court's not convinced that this particular sentence, going to make sure he is asleep before me, conveys her mental state. I'm not real sure what the purpose of the statement is, or how it becomes relevant, or what the jury is to infer or conclude from that. But by itself, the jury, I don't see how the jury can conclude that she has fear in the matter. second page text box, yeah, and scaring me. I have my girls and locking my door. Again, there's just not a sufficient amount of context for the conversation at this point that the court can say that the statements fall within 8033. And if you look at the conclusion of the exchange, it appears that Ms. Swift is downplaying, as the defense suggests, that she is not in fear. She is mentioning this to her friend in a text message. But I'll tell you the thing that convinces the court that these should not be admitted, and that is the remoteness of the statements. These are 4 months before these statements took place 4 months before the death, 3 months before the filing of any divorce. The state's motion was couched in terms of making sure the jury understood that Ms. Swift was concerned for her safety with respect to the expected filing for the divorce. So this exchange will be excluded. There'll be no testimony about it. You want to bring her back in for whatever next? Beg pardon? Yes, sir. You sure may. Yeah, stapler over there. Thank you. In the timing issue, the court is guided by the trustee case as well as that best case there, and those are much closer to the time of events than what we have there. So that's why I'm thinking about that.
The reason I'm reviewing this is based on the ruling we just made about the timing. So that's what I'm looking at.
Right. I'm not rushing you. We've got the time to do this correctly.
Yes, sir. That's the most important thing. My wife doesn't really agree, but
That's a conversation I am not in at all.
Talking about,
have numerous messages. There's also a journal that Ms. Swift asked Ms. Bona to start keeping in the summer of events that were happening. But these were all things in the summer that were building up to the divorce, and you've already ruled those were too remote. So there are numerous events, but it was all in build up to the divorce.
Okay.
So I will not ask about those.
Okay. All right. Are there any other statements from this witness that you expect to?
No.
All right. So we're ready to go ahead and call her back to the stand and get the jury in?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get the jury in. You ready for jury?
yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and get the jury in then. Then you can call her as a witness. I'll remind her she's already. Okay.
All rise.
All right, let's have a seat. Okay, you want to call Ms. Bona back in?
Yes, sir.
All right. Come on back up, Ms. Bona. You remember that you've already been placed under oath, okay?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, General.
Okay. Your name is Kathy Bona. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know David Swift?
Yes.
And did you know Karen Swift?
Yes.
Tell me how you knew them.
I met Karen at the YMCA when we started working out together, and we became friends through that. That's when we started becoming friends. And then I had met her husband at some point when I went over to her house.
Okay. And how long had you been friends with Karen Swift?
I think we met in spring, maybe early 2010 at the Y.
Okay. And did she immediately start coming to your house?
No.
Okay. How did you begin to visit with one another?
Well, we worked out. Like I said, we were working out together, and she was, new to the area, so she was reaching out for friends, and she'd invite me to lunch. So we did a couple times. We went to lunch with some girls, and then we started getting to know each other better. She'd have some friends over at her house.
Okay. And did you go?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to her house very often?
possibly once a week.
Okay. Was Mr. Swift usually there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And was there a time when Miss Swift started to come to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And how far into the friendship was that?
Well, we had been gathering at her house for a while, and things just got uncomfortable, and she was ready to start getting out of the house, I believe. And, you know, we do other stuff. We go running, go to concerts and things like that. It was probably later on, you know, that year.
Okay. Okay. When Miss Swift came to your house, what kind of things would the two of you do?
Oh, we'd sit out on the porch and talk about our kids. We'd do s'mores on the porch. Like I said, sometimes we take the kids to Drillfoot Lake, or we go to the park, or we went to a couple of concerts, things like that.
Okay. Did you get to observe Miss Swift with her children very often?
Yes.
Okay. Well, can you tell me what type of mother she was?
She was a fantastic mother. She would do anything for those children. Anything. She wanted to take them places and do crafts with them and just all kinds of fun stuff. They were everything to her.
Okay. And what about Miss Swift? What about her personality? What type of person was she?
Karen she was fun and just an open kind of person, just uplifting of other people. Was a good friend. She always wanted to make you feel comfortable. She wanted to make sure that you felt good and you felt comfortable, and she was not self-centered. She would just do anything for you.
Okay. And did she ever come to your house at night after putting the kids to bed?
I know she would come over. She would leave her house and come over in the evenings, and then she would then go home and go to sleep with Keely most of the time. So I'm not sure if she put the kids to bed or her dad, the father, put the kids to bed. But I just know she would come over and then she would go home.
Okay. Throughout the weekdays, what time would she typically go home?
There wasn't a whole lot of weekdays that we were hanging out. I mean,
okay.
10, 11 o'clock at the latest weekdays, if she ever came over on those days.
Okay. So it was rare for a weekday to come over?
Yeah, to do any kind of late night stuff. We do other kind of stuff and stuff with the kids.
Okay. What about weekends?
Weekends, Friday nights were a day we had people over, and like girls coming over, gathering and hanging out.
Okay. What time would she typically go home on a Friday night?
11, 12-ish.
Okay. Never over into the early morning hours?
No, that wasn't a big thing.
Okay. Did you and Karen talk about personal issues?
Yes, a lot.
Okay. Did you talk about her personal life and your personal life?
Yes.
Okay.
She was very open.
What about her marriage? Did you talk about that?
We did.
Okay. Do you know if there were any marital issues between Mr. Swift and Miss Swift?
From what she told me, yes, there was a lot of history there and a lot of things going on.
Okay. You stated that you were around Mr. Swift early on in the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. What type of personality did he have?
When we would hang out at her house, he was there. He was always there. He always knew where she was. And he would always be there either in the other room. He'd be watching, listening, hanging out with the kids, always in there making little remarks. Oh, you're drinking too much, or you're doing this. Just very belittling constantly, and just watching over her, whatever she did.
Okay. And were you ever present when the two of them had arguments?
Not usually. They would kind of keep those under wraps, and she would tell me about them and stuff that he would accuse her of.
Were there times that you did see them argue?
Yes.
Okay. When they did argue, what usually happened during those arguments?
The main one I saw was an incident where he was yelling at her and very angry and enraged with her.
Do you know what that was about?
That was a time when her car was in the parking lot at Walmart. That was that instance.
Okay, and we'll get to that in a few minutes.
Okay.
When they argued, what did Miss Swift typically try to do?
She just tried to ease it over. When everybody was around, like I said, she wanted to make everybody else feel comfortable. And if it was uncomfortable, she'd be like, let's stop doing this in front of people. So,
Okay. Try to calm the situation down?
yes.
Okay. Did you and your husband ever go out with David and Karen Swift?
We did on a couple of occasions, yes.
And how did Mr. Swift act or treat Miss Swift when you were out together?
Well, there was one time we went to a Christmas party, and I can't remember quite where it was, but we were all out together as couples, and it was just the constant belittling comments. Like, are you going to have that drink, or are you going to do that? Just those comments.
Okay. And was that often?
Yes.
Okay. How did Mr. Swift feel about you and Miss Swift spending time together?
I think it was fine when we were at their house hanging out because he knew exactly where she was.
Okay. What about when it was at your house?
He wanted to know where she was all the time.
Okay. What would he do if Karen was with you? What would happen with Mr. Swift?
He would call constantly.
Okay.
Most times that she was out with me or out at all, he would call her constantly.
Okay. And when you say constantly, give me an idea. How often would he call?
Oh, well, there was one night we were hanging out on my porch and he called 25 times.
In what period of time?
30 minutes.
Okay. Was that typical?
That was a little excessive that day, but it was typical for him to call often, yes.
Okay. Do you know why he did that? Why he was calling so often?
Because he just wanted to know where she was.
I'll make a speculation. She didn't hear the conversation. I object to it.
Objection sustained. Thank
Yes,
you.
we'll move on. When Miss Swift was at your house,
Yes.
did you ever see Mr. Swift driving by?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see him do that often?
A couple of times. Just
Okay.
pretty much the times I can remember.
Okay. Did he stop at your house?
No.
Just drove by?
It was a drove by, and it's a street that it's not a commonly traveled street, so he would drive by the street because we have a big window in the front of our house, huge picture window, so it was really easy to see out of that.
Okay. Where you lived at that time, what was in that area? Was it a lot of shopping centers? Or
No, we were on a street that was a hill with just residential.
Okay. All right. So is it a place that you would typically be driving down that street to just go run an errand or shop? Or
No,
something?
it is not. It is a residential street with houses on that.
Was it near Mr. Swift's home?
No.
Okay. How did it make you feel when you would see Mr. Swift driving by like that?
Creepy.
You know if Mr. Swift had many friends in Dyer County?
I do not know of any. I never saw him hanging out with anybody. When we would go over there, it would just be girls. So there wasn't husbands there. And then when we went out as couples, it was just a bunch of people kind of going together like that Christmas party.
Okay. Do you know anything about Miss Swift's plans to divorce Mr. Swift?
Her plans, yes.
Okay. And had that gone on for a short period of time, a long period of time? How long had she discussed that?
I think when I first met her, she did not care for her husband at all and how he treated her. It was kind of an...
Objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Because when I met her at the Y, she was very open about how she did not like him and how he treated her. And so that was kind of an ongoing thing from the minute I met her. And I think it got worse, and she wanted to pursue more action as things got worse, as he started accusing her of more things. And so then it was kind of like, well, I don't have the money to do anything. And so she finally started taking action when she started getting the confidence to say, I'm just done. I can't do this anymore. And the controlling and the belittling and accusations, she was ready to be done with the marriage because she needed to get out.
Okay. And how long did she talk about those issues with you? Was it just over a few weeks before she filed for divorce, or how long had she felt that way?
Oh, a long time. She was a little more reserved at first because I didn't want to come on so strong, like, my marriage is a hot mess. But, I mean, we became friends.
Just a minute, ma'am. Mr. Goodman, I'm not sure Ms. Bona understands the context and the degree, that she's beginning to convey things that the court has excluded. And I know they're not specific. We're not into specific statements, but the court is beginning to be concerned that the witness doesn't understand. I know you have not been able to convey that to her.
Yes, sir, I have not.
Either that the court has seriously limited her relation of things within the time frame there. And I don't know if you need to tell her that.
Yes, sir, I would like to.
I would request that you be instructed about what's limited.
Right.
It's okay if I?
Yes, sir. It's fine.
Ms. Bona,
with
I'm
me.
not going to ask you any questions about any of the times that Ms. Swift told you she was in fear of Mr. Swift.
Okay.
I know that you kept a journal of
Yes.
things. I'm not going to ask you about anything in the journals.
Okay.
So if you would just not make any statements about anything Karen told you about being in fear or anything like that.
Okay.
Alleged acts of violence, things of that nature.
I don't plan to ask about any of that.
Okay. All right. We good? We clear? You think we're clearer now than we were? Okay.
I will try my best.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'll do my best
I know
to keep
you
it focused.
I know that you will. Okay. You tell them we're ready to go. They may be brewing iced tea back there. I don't know. General, you can go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Bona?
Yes.
Do you recall a time that you loaned a phone to Ms. Swift?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember what type phone it was?
It's like one of those older flip Voyager type phones.
Okay. Whose phone was that?
That was my son's, Billy Bona's.
Okay. And how old was your son at the time that he would have had that phone?
11 or 12.
Okay. And is there any reason that Mr. Swift would have to call your son?
No reason at all.
Was your son doing any kind of chores for him, or do you have any kind of relationship where he would need to call him?
No.
Do you know if Mr. Swift knew that Ms. Swift had that second phone?
Yes, he knew.
And how did he know?
Okay, well, Karen told me and he'd called it.
Okay. Okay, let me move on from that. Do you remember a time, it was August 4th of 2011, when you and Ms. Swift went to Walmart and you picked her up at the parking lot?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that incident and what took place?
We had come back into the parking lot and I was taking her to her car and David was there by her car.
Okay. And where had you been?
It was one of the days we either went running or went shopping in Jackson somewhere. We typically went to do day trips and stuff. It was during the day at some point.
Okay. And so you arrived back at the vehicle at the parking lot?
Yes.
What happened?
He was there and...
Talking about Mr. Swift?
Yes, Mr. Swift was there and he was very enraged.
Okay. What happened?
He yelled at her in the parking lot and like slammed his hand against the car window and was accusing her of things, that she was sneaking around and doing all kinds of things. You're sneaking around, you're lying, you're doing this, and was very angry that he had, found her car in Walmart and then she had gotten back to it and didn't know where she was.
Okay. Did he say anything to you?
He was mainly yelling at her and she was trying to de-escalate the situation because, again, she didn't like me to be uncomfortable. So she was like, just go on, it's fine, So he didn't really say anything to me. He was just yelling at her.
Okay. How did you feel after that incident?
That, again, creeped me out because I knew that he knew where her car was. So he had been watching her or stalking her.
Okay. Did you ever host parties in which David and Karen would attend?
We had one party.
And was that for your birthday?
Yes, that was my 40th birthday party.
Okay. What happened at that party?
We had a party at the country club, the Farms Country Club, had some music and dancing. We all kind of gathered there and celebrated. She helped host it for me and got a bunch of pictures together and helped us celebrate. So we kind of invited all the friends and their husbands were also came for us to just kind of celebrate.
Okay. And did you continue the party after you left the farms?
Yes, we had some of the people from the party came over to our house and just to kind of keep hanging out.
Okay. And did some of you eventually get in the hot tub?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that evening?
I think so.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Swift was in the hot tub?
I don't remember if he was or not.
Do you know if Mrs. Swift was?
Miss
Karen Swift?
Karen was, yes, she was.
Okay. How were people dressed?
Some people had swimsuits, a couple people did not.
When you say they did not, did they have anything on?
No.
They were nude?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. What about Miss Swift? Do you remember if she was?
She did not have a bathing suit, correct.
Okay. Was there anything else that happened later in the night?
She had gotten out of the hot tub and she was probably a little dizzy from being in the hot tub and had gone into the front room of our house, which is a living room connected, all our rooms are connected, and had laid down on the couch in there.
Okay. Was this an area that was open that anyone could walk into?
Yes, it was. It's connected to the other dining room and the kitchen in the house.
It wasn't behind a locked door or anything
No,
like that?
that's the room with the giant window in the front of it as well, and the front door. So it was just lights on, big couch, and a family room.
Okay. Did she lay on that couch? Did she go to sleep?
Your Honor, I object to leading. He can ask questions.
don't think it's leading up.
Did she go to sleep?
She was resting.
Your Honor, I object. She wasn't in the room. She said she went to another room. She didn't have personal knowledge. I object.
The objection is sustained. You'll need to establish a basis for her knowledge.
Ms. Bona, did you go inside the house?
Yes,
Did you see Ms. Swift laying on the couch?
I did at some point, yes.
Okay. Did anyone else come in?
Yes.
Who else came in the house?
Several people came in that were in the house, in other rooms of the house.
Did any others come in while Karen was laying on the couch?
Yes, Bill came in when she was laying there, my husband, Bill.
Were you inside the house at that time?
I was.
Okay. And what happened when he came in?
He saw her.
Because she was not in the room when Bill came in.
You know, she just testified that the room was wide open and you could see every room from the living room.
I think the inquiry can be satisfied if she establishes that she actually observed the what you're asking her about. If she did, great, go on. If she didn't, then we got to move to another topic.
Okay, ma'am. Were you in this area where the couch was?
I was in the house. I did see him go in that room. So, like I said, there were people walking around.
Okay. Did anyone else come in?
Yes, Robin came into that room
Okay.
with him.
Okay. Did anything happen afterwards?
No, I mean,
Your Honor, in the same objection, if she's not in the room when Robin walks in.
I'm not asking about Robin. I'm asking about the incident after that.
Okay, one at a time. I understand, but I believe the question was, did anything happen afterwards? So the objection be overruled. Go ahead.
okay. I did not witness exactly what took place in those couple minutes in that room, but I did come in there at a later time, and she had the towel wrapped around her, and she was feeling lightheaded, and I think Bill had gotten David to come get her to take her home.
Okay. Were there any issues when David came into the house to get her?
No.
Okay. So Mr. Swift did not have a problem with the fact that she was in a towel and had been in the hot tub nude?
Oh, he was just like, let me get her home. I was just, at the situation, like, oops, let's take her home because, something she was.
Do you know if Mr. Swift knew that she was nude in the hot tub?
I mean, sure.
He's calling for speculation.
I'm asking if,
She hadn't talked to him about it, and I object to it, and I ask it be disregarded.
I'm asking if she was there present and knew, if Mr. Swift knew that she was in the hot tub.
Either before or after his case.
Okay, kind of a moving target. Let me see if I can hit the target here. The objection is whether or not you asked this witness whether or not Mr. Swift knew that his wife had been in the hot tub nude. If you can lay a foundation for that, then I'll permit her to answer. But I hadn't heard a foundation yet.
Where was Mr. Swift at the party?
He was around everybody else, including his wife.
Was he near the hot tub?
Yes. At
Was
some
he-
point, he was near the hot tub, inside, outside.
Was he near the hot tub when Miss Swift was in the hot tub?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Was there any doubt that she was nude in the hot tub? Did you see her?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone else who was out there see her?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's just vague and speculation. I believe so. I object to it, and I ask it be disregarded.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Did Mr. Swift attend any other parties at your house after that?
No. Wasn't invited to any parties after that.
Okay. Was there another time that Karen was at your house and that Mr. Swift showed up?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that incident.
Okay. So we had gone out to dinner with some friends, and again, we came back home, and a couple people had gotten in the hot tub, and we were hanging out outside. I got tired and came inside. Bill was also inside. He was sitting in the recliner. I got tired and came inside and said, I'm tired, I'm going to go to bed. So I proceeded to go into the bedroom, put on my pajamas, and get under the covers and go to sleep.
Okay. What happened after that?
I heard some commotion downstairs, and evidently David had come through the back door.
I object because she wasn't downstairs, so she's speculating on the phone. She wasn't downstairs.
Let's limit her testimony to what she observed then, as opposed to what she assumed would have happened.
Did Miss Swift come upstairs when you were upstairs?
Yes, she did.
What did she do?
She was, again, feeling a little lightheaded, had a towel wrapped around her, and laid down on the other side of the bed in a towel wrapped around her on top of the covers.
Okay. You were under the covers?
I was.
And was she under the covers with you?
She was not.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm not going to ask you about what door Mr. Swift may have came in. Did Mr. Swift show up at your house?
Yes.
What was his demeanor when he showed up?
Well, when he came into the room that we were both in, he was, again, enraged.
Okay. And what did he do?
He accused her of lots of things, sleeping with me, being a whore, being drunk, lots of things, was very angry.
Okay. And did he do anything physically while he was there?
Not that I saw. The room was a little dark, so.
Okay. And did he just leave, or what happened?
Yeah, he left angry, and she was trying to deny that anything was going on. I'm just laying here, and then he left again angry quickly.
Okay. Did Karen stay there at your house? Did she go home?
She ended up leaving, yes.
Okay. All right. And did you have a conversation with Mr. Swift after that, in the days after that, about that incident?
I really did not want to speak with him after that because of we tried to cut ties, considering the demeanor when he came in and was so angry. He did reach out once about the first incident and said this is what somebody said happened, and I said that's not what happened. It's not. It was just obvious that he was accusing her of things, and it was time to kind of cut ties.
Okay. Did you know that Miss Swift was ready to file for divorce?
Yes.
Did she have the money to do that?
She did not.
Okay. Did she, was she, tell me why. Tell me why she didn't have the money to file for divorce.
Because she didn't have a job, and David made all the money, so she was financially tied to him.
Okay. Do you know why she didn't work?
He didn't want her to work.
Okay. Was she totally dependent upon
Yes.
Mr. Swift financially?
Yes, she was.
Did you loan Miss Swift some money?
We did. Bill and I
And-
both did.
Okay. And how much was it?
$2,000
What was the purpose of that loan?
for her to get an attorney to pursue a divorce.
Okay. And did she ever start to repay that loan?
She did.
Okay. Now, prior to Mr. Swift being served with the divorce, did Karen Swift go on a vacation with you and your husband?
Yeah, she did.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Well, we had a fall break vacation set up to go to Orange Beach, I believe it was. And we were going, and another couple was going, and they ended up backing out kind of last minute. And we said, hey, you can come with us, because she was planning to serve papers.
Okay.
And she thought that would be a great time to do it and leave, because she didn't know how he was going to react.
Okay.
So she came there with the girls. Her and Ashley and Keeley both came with.
Okay. Did she tell Mr. Swift that she was going on that trip?
Your Honor, unless she has personal knowledge,
Personal knowledge of what was told.
I'm not sure if she told him ahead of time.
Okay. Do you know if she talked to him after she got there?
I can't remember specifically.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to show you a photo. you recognize that photo?
I do.
When was that photo taken?
That was taken on that beach trip.
Okay. And who is that in the photo?
That's Karen and Keely and Ashley.
Okay. Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony, please?
Any objection, Mr. Taylor? No, Your Honor. That'd be marked and admitted as number 16 then. Yeah. I'm sorry?
Me and Mr. Goodman just approached very briefly.
I still didn't get it. What do you need? You don't have a microphone. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Your Honor,
Except when you object. I don't have any problem hearing you then.
I'm trying to be loud.
Okay.
Judge, I'm
You need to approach?
yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Let's have a bench.
A community bonfire on Friday, October 28th of 2011.
Yes.
And I don't guess it was actually a community bonfire. Was it a bonfire at Karen Swift's home?
Yes, it was a bonfire at the Swift home.
Okay. And were there multiple people there?
There were, and children and parents, yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Swift there?
He was.
Are you aware of the fact that Mr. Swift claimed to have re-injured his leg prior to that bonfire?
I am.
And did you observe Mr. Swift doing anything that will make you second guess that knee injury?
I did. He
What was that?
was driving the four-wheeler around with the children and hopping on and off the four-wheeler all night, driving them around the land.
Was he using crutches to do that?
I don't remember seeing crutches.
Okay. Did he appear to be having any problems getting on and off the four-wheeler?
He did not.
Did he seem to have any problems doing anything with the children that night?
No.
On the night of October 29, 2011, did you attend a Halloween party?
Yes, we did.
Who went to that party with you?
It was Bill and I and Karen.
Did Mr. Swift go?
He did not.
Okay. Did Miss Swift come to your house prior to going to the Halloween party?
She did, to help us get ready, to help me get ready.
Okay. Do you recall if you or she drank any alcohol before you went to the Halloween
Yeah,
party?
we had a beer, I think.
Okay. And what time did you arrive at the party?
At the Halloween party,
Yes, ma'am.
sometime after 8 or 9 o'clock.
Okay. And while at the party, were you around Miss Swift most of the night?
Some of the night, yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Miss Swift dancing with anyone at the party?
I noticed her dancing with everybody as a group.
Okay. Did you see her dancing with anyone individually?
Not that I could, no. Not that I can remember, just somebody specifically dancing. Like I said, we were dancing in groups of people.
Okay. Did you see her have a disagreement with anyone?
I did not.
Okay. If she had, do you think she would have told you that?
Probably, yes.
Did you see Miss Swift drink any alcohol while she was at the party?
I think she had one drink in her hand at one time, I saw.
Okay. After the party was over, or maybe it wasn't over yet, what time did you leave?
I think we left the party after midnight. Some point
Okay.
after midnight.
Okay. And where did you go?
We
after you
went
left the
to
party?
McDonald's because she wanted some French fries.
Okay. Did you get your French fries?
She got her French fries.
Okay, all right, that's important. After that, what did you do?
We went back to our house, and we went into downstairs in the living room, and she was on the couch, and we just kind of hung out and talked for a little bit.
Okay. Was she planning to spend the night?
She was planning on spending the night in our couch that night, yes.
Okay. Do you know if she had told Mr. Swift that?
I don't.
She's going to answer the question, Mr. Taylor, whether she knows or not.
That was my question. Does she have personal knowledge?
That he.
Do you
I'm
have-
sorry, repeat the question.
Do you know whether Mr. Swift knew that she was going to spend the night there?
I don't know if he knew for sure that she was staying.
Okay. What happened after you got to the house and you were talking?
We were just talking, and she had said that I think her plan was to stay because she had said he had asked her to dinner that night, like as a last-ditch effort to kind of make.
Mr. Swift had asked.
Yes, Karen to go to dinner.
To go to dinner with
yes,
him
that night that we were going to the Halloween party.
Okay.
And she had told him, no, we're done. There's no putting this back together. And she had planned on picking up Ashley from a friend's house that next morning. So she was planning on staying because she felt very uneasy about the whole the last dinner, and she wanted to stay and felt safe staying at our house and then proceed to go.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor, if she doesn't have any personal knowledge, I object for reasons we stated earlier.
Your Honor, I don't. Maybe we approach.
Yeah.
The next morning after the party.
She planned to pick up Ashley from a friend's house that next morning.
Okay. Did Miss Swift spend the night with you?
She did not.
Okay. Why not?
Because Ashley had called from the party and had a disagreement or something happened at the party, and she wanted to leave.
Okay. So did Karen leave to go get her?
She did. She left to go pick up Ashley from the party.
You know about what time that was?
Had to be after 1-ish.
Okay. All right. Did you hear from Miss Swift again after she left?
I did not.
Okay. Let's move on to the next morning. That would have been Sunday morning. What did you do?
Got up and sent several texts to her.
Did you get a reply?
I did not.
Okay. What else?
We went to church, and I think we got some lunch. But we came back to the house and got a phone call.
Okay. From who?
From David.
Okay. And what was that phone call about?
Have you seen Karen? I haven't seen her, and her car is on the side of the road with a flat tire.
And what did you say?
I said, you haven't seen her? You don't know where she is? It was just a shock of, how do you not know where she is? And have you called the police?
Okay. Had he?
He had not.
Was it unusual for Miss Swift to not know where Miss Swift was?
No, he knew where she was all the time. This is very unusual for him to not know where she was.
Okay. Did you go to the area where the car was parked?
We did.
Who went?
Bill and I went at first.
Did you ride together or separately?
I think we rode separate.
Okay. How far was the car from Karen and David's house?
Not far at all. Maybe a quarter mile or less.
Okay.
Around the corner.
Was it close enough that Karen could have walked home?
Easily. Probably in 3 minutes, as good a shape as she was in.
Did you notice anything about the car?
It had a flat tire.
Okay. When you arrived at the car, was anyone there?
Not when we first arrived.
Mr. Swift was not there?
No.
Okay. Did anyone else arrive after you were there?
Mr. Rollins came in after us
Okay.
and was there with us for a little bit.
Okay. Had Mr. Swift shown up yet?
Not
still?
yet.
Okay. Anyone else show up?
After that, another sheriff came.
Okay. Do you know who that was?
No.
Okay. What happened when the deputy got there?
Bill had left to go to Mason Hall to see if she was at the house that she had been cleaning to make money for.
Okay.
And so the sheriff, he came in, and I'm not sure if David showed up with him or he went back to get him, but, we were there and the car was locked, so he was trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. So did the deputy arrive before Mr. Swift?
I can't remember exactly the timeline of who came in there first.
Okay.
But he was, the car was locked. So we got there, and I don't think I was ever alone with David being there, so the sheriff would have been there.
Okay. The car was locked?
It was locked.
Okay. Was he able to get in the car?
No, the sheriff was not.
Okay. Did he eventually?
Yes,
How did he eventually get into the car?
because David brought a set of keys.
Okay. And unlocked the door?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Deputy Alexander or the deputy that was there get inside the car?
Yeah, I remember opening the back door, looking around.
Did you see if he opened the driver's side door?
I don't remember specifically if he opened that door.
Okay. After Miss Swift was missing, did you do anything to try to help locate her?
Yes.
What did you do?
We got together with some friends from the Y. Think we drove out by the Mississippi River because there was a record of her phone pinging there. So we kind of went out to just do whatever we could. We felt helpless. I knew something had happened, and we just needed to do something. Then we drove around kind of out where she lives and just kind of out and around.
Okay. Did you ever know of Mr. Swift to do anything to try to locate Karen?
No.
She wasn't with Mrs. Smith. She doesn't have any knowledge of it.
I think the answer was she didn't have any knowledge about it.
He never came with us to any of the events that we went looking for her.
Okay. Did you talk to Mr. Swift any after Karen went missing?
God, no, I try to avoid him.
Okay. Did you go to the sheriff's department after that?
We did.
And did you voluntarily go?
Yes.
Were you asked anything about DNA samples or anything like
Yes.
that? Did you give those?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
After she went missing, it had to be in the week or two right after she was missing. It wasn't immediately, but it was within
Okay.
a week and a half.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bona. Your Honor, I'm going to pass the witness.
I made that assumption. I think what we'll do is go ahead and take our lunch break now, and then we'll pick up with cross-examination. You can take that up directly after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break now. You remember, I know you know by now the instructions. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't form or express an opinion about the case because you have not heard all of the evidence in the case, nor the court's instructions of law, and avoid conversations with anybody else about the case whatsoever. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. All right? All right, we're going to start back at 1 o'clock sharp. Ma'am, during the intervening hour, you're free to do what you want to do. You may not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may not post anything on social media. You may not read or listen to any social media or any streaming of this trial during that time. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll be in recess. for jury. Let's go.
Stand up then.
You good? Am I rushing you?
No, I'm just getting the mic.
All right.
Okay. All right, let's be seated. All right, how was lunch? Okay, everybody feeling good this afternoon? Let me look at everybody. Okay. If anybody nods off, I'm probably going to drop a book or something to kind of get you going again. Okay, Ms. Bona, ma'am, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, you ready?
I am. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Ms. Bona, let me ask you a few questions.
Okay.
The police interviewed you shortly after Karen went missing.
Yes.
You were interviewed on November the 2nd of 2011.
I'm not sure if that was the date. It seems like later than that, but
Can I pass something to the witness? Ms. Bona, let me pass you that and ask you to look at it and just sort of, you don't have to read it all,
Okay.
but refresh your memory.
okay.
All right. Did the police, does that refresh your memory about the date?
Yes, I know we came in there at one time shortly, and then came there after for more intensive interviews.
But when you were interviewed on November the 2nd of 2011, the police started the interview by informing you of your Miranda rights, didn't they?
Well, I don't remember being read or Miranda rights, and we weren't under arrest, so.
Now, can I ask you to look at page 3 of the transcript to refresh your memory? Jurors, can you hear me? If not, let me know, please.
Okay, that's what it says.
So were you refreshed? Were you read your Miranda rights and told about your right to have an attorney?
Yes, it appears I was.
And also that any statement you made could it possibly incriminate you?
Yes.
And you agreed to talk to them.
Yes, we did.
And they started the interview by asking you general questions about your relationship with Karen Swift.
Yes.
And you told them at that time that you and Karen had been friends for almost 3 years.
Okay.
Is that correct? Do you need to look at
Yes,
the
I do.
statement?
I do need to look.
Page 5. I know it's been a number of years.
Mm-hmm. You said 5. Okay.
Is that correct that you had been friends for almost 3 years at that time? According to what you told the police?
According to what I told them, yes.
Okay. Now, you met her because you met her at the YMCA, is that correct?
I did.
And were you employed by the YMCA?
I was.
How were you employed, Ms. Bona?
I was a aerobics instructor.
Was that a full-time job? Or?
No.
And you met Karen Swift because she was in one of your classes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And Karen Swift became very active at the YMCA. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes.
And it was important to her to work out and be physically fit?
Yes.
And she was a very strong and fit lady?
Yes.
And she worked out. Sometimes she would go early in the morning and work out at the gym?
She was there when I was there, and I was there at 8. I didn't get there earlier than 8.
And she would go several days a week?
Yes.
Probably about 4 or 5 days a week?
I think so.
And she lifted weights and worked out on machines.
She took spin classes and took some of my classes. Didn't always observe what she always did in the weight room.
Okay. And y'all continued to be friends.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And I do need you to say yes or no or respond. I'm not, for the record.
Okay.
You and Karen started doing things socially after that.
Yes.
At the time, she was married to David Swift, and she had 4 children.
Yes.
She had 2 young daughters,
Yes.
and David Swift worked full-time,
Yes.
and he was the major breadwinner for the family.
Yes.
From time to time, Karen did landscaping work and worked for watching children over the time that you knew her.
The time I knew her, yes.
Okay. So sometimes she worked and did things for employment.
Yes, part-time.
And the thing about, occasionally she would clean houses for money also.
Later on that I knew her, yes.
Okay. And she did that on an active basis
Not when I first knew her.
later on.
Later on.
Okay. Coming towards 2010, 2011, she did that on a more regular basis than she did when you first met her.
Yes, 2011, yes.
Okay. Now, you and Karen started coming over to your house socially.
Yes,
She would come over and stay for a number of hours occasionally.
occasionally.
And while she was there, she would socialize with you and your husband and other friends that were
Occasionally,
at
yes.
your house. And sometimes it would involve drinking,
Yes.
and sometimes it would involve hot tub activities.
2 times.
Okay. And you did have a hot tub, you said, and y'all actively used it.
Yes, we did. My husband and I used it a lot. Mhm.
Okay. Karen, you said, would sometimes come over after she got her daughters to sleep.
Like I said before, I wasn't always aware if she had put them to sleep or had left like at 8 or 7 and David had put them to sleep. But I just know she would come over and we would hang out and she would go back home.
Right. So she would leave her daughters and David, or they would be asleep and she'd come over and socialize with you and your husband.
Well, it was 9 or 10 o'clock at night, so yes.
And she would stay for a few hours.
Yes, a couple hours.
Sometimes she would stay later.
Not a lot. No.
Let me just kind of use your interview as a guide to
Okay.
ask you some questions, ma'am.
All
It
right.
might flow more naturally that way.
I gotcha.
The last time you saw her was Sunday morning, on early Sunday morning after midnight on October the 30th of 2011.
Yes.
It was after the Halloween party.
Yes.
She dressed for the party.
Yes.
She had on black short sleeve shirt, mini skirt, black boots, and black tights with a spider mask.
I think so, yes. She was dressed like a cat.
Y'all drove over together from your house,
Yes.
you, Bill, and Karen.
Yes.
You stayed until 12:15 or roughly 12:20. Is that what you told law enforcement when they
Around
interviewed
that time, yes.
you? You had something to drink.
Yes.
You were drinking wine.
Okay.
I'm asking if you need to refresh your memory.
Yeah,
on
I
page
do.
13.
I'm not sure what I was drinking.
Page 13.
13? Okay, yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
That is what I told them, yes.
Okay. And you said Karen was drinking margaritas,
Okay. What page is that?
page 14.
Okay. Yes, I think she was drinking margaritas is what I said.
Okay. And while you were there at the party for 4 to 4.5 hours,
Yes, roughly, I believe.
and you told the police ask you all these questions. They asked you a lot of questions, didn't they?
They did.
And you told them you had had approximately 3 glasses of wine. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that your husband was drinking Wild Turkey and Diet Coke.
Yes.
And you told them when they asked you that you and Karen were not together the whole time of the party. You didn't watch her every minute of the party.
Correct.
And you left the party and went to McDonald's and then went to your house.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You and your husband and Karen left the party.
Yes.
Went to McDonald's.
Yes.
And then went to your house.
Yes.
Where she planned on spending the night.
Yes.
You said that she planned on picking up her daughter in the morning.
Yes.
And you mentioned that she had work to do at the Habitat House in Trimble or wherever it is.
Yes.
Okay. She left when she got a phone call from her daughter, Ashley.
Yes.
Ashley wanted her to come.
Yes.
And you watched her walk out, and you and your husband asked her, in light of what she had to drink, if she was okay to drive.
Yes.
And you didn't talk to her or hear from her anymore that night.
Correct. Yes.
And then the next afternoon, you texted, didn't you tell the police that you texted her around 3:50? To say, text her number to say that the police were looking for you?
Well, what page would that be?
Page 18. Well, you texted her before that, but you texted
Yes,
her
texted
later
her
on,
before that. Yes.
about 11:52. Mm-hmm. And then you texted her later on about the police looking for her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Karen had access to the phone that you and your husband provided to her.
Yes.
You gave her that phone. You and your husband gave her that phone sometime months before,
Yes.
even though she had another phone.
Yes.
And you told the police when they asked you why you gave her that phone, that you gave her the Voyager phone so she could call others instead of using her iPhone.
Okay. Page is that?
It's page 21.
All right. Yes, so she could call Jason.
But you said so she could call others instead of using her iPhone. Isn't that what you said?
Well, others would include Jason.
But you didn't limit it to just Jason in that response to the law enforcement, did you?
Probably not, because she was calling landscape clients as well.
I'm just asking about the words you used. You said others, didn't you? Is that correct?
What it says here is she wanted to use it so she said she could call Jason and he wouldn't find out about it. Jason Creasy. That's what I'm reading here.
Did you ever say others? You
The only
said-
others I would have referred to is her landscaping clients.
Okay. You and your husband had the records to the phone that you gave Karen,
Yes, we have records to all our phones.
so you could, while you gave it to her, you could look at the records or see who she's communicating with if you wanted to.
If we wanted to, sure, yes.
And was there some point that y'all, before this, gave her the phone to use because her phone was cut off for non-payment or because it wasn't working?
Like, we gave her the phone because her other one wasn't working?
Yes.
No,
At some period other than what we're talking about now?
no,
Okay. Is that possible?
that her other phone wouldn't have.
If her iPhone, if it was either cut off or not working, that you let her borrow this phone at
Would-
other times?
At other times?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm confused at what you're asking.
Well, I'm asking if you let her borrow that phone other times other than what we're just talking about.
No,
Okay. And are you aware of any time her iPhone wasn't working?
not that I can remember.
Okay. You were asked by the police a lot of questions, and they asked you were asked if she had a boyfriend. They
Okay.
just flat out asked you that day, didn't they?
Yes, that's on the next page, correct?
22. And you responded, didn't you? Did you say, you asked if there were, you responded this way. You said there wasn't anyone like a boyfriend she was meeting. Isn't that how you answered it? You said
Correct.
there wasn't anybody that she was going and meeting that you would say was a boyfriend.
Right.
All right. However, you followed up with the guy from Union City that exchanged texts with her, and you mentioned that, didn't you?
Okay.
Did you?
Did I mention that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I did.
And was there a guy from Union City?
There was a gentleman from Union City that she had met.
Was that the gentleman that y'all went to the concert with?
We did not go to the concert with him.
You went
No.
to the Kansas concert.
We did go
and
to a Kansas concert.
She met him there.
She met him, yes, in the lobby at the Kansas concert in the boat.
You and Bill went, and Karen went with you.
Yes,
And Karen met him at the concert. And is that correct?
yes,
And from that, they started having contact.
yes,
Okay. And you mentioned, they asked you about Tom, these law enforcement officers, and you said he's a gentleman who has a Corvette and a bar in his house. That was your description. Is that how you described him?
What page would that be?
Page 24.
Yep. Lives in Union City, pretty much all I know is he has a Corvette and a bar in his house.
Okay. They were just trying to ask you about information,
Okay.
and you answered them. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. They turned and asked about the hot tub and 40th birthday party during this interview, didn't they?
yes.
On page 28.
28.
And you were asked if, the officer just asked you if Karen was nude, and you answered yes. And they asked you if you were, and you said, me, I'm modest. Not everybody else was, though, on page 29.
I say, who? Me? Not me. I'm very modest, so.
But you told them that Karen was.
Yes.
And you couldn't remember exactly. You said not everybody was.
No, not everybody was.
Okay. Referring to the hot tub party, when they asked you, the officers, about your being intoxicated, and you agreed that you had been drinking.
Yes.
And you said about that night, I can't remember specifics in response.
Okay. Is that on 30?
32.
32? Okay.
They asked you about what went on at the party, and you volunteered. I can't remember specifics. Isn't that correct?
True.
And you also responded, weren't any nuns and priests there. We were all having a good time. Like you said, we're all adults on page 33.
Question. From having nuns and priests there to everybody was naked, you know. Because he prompted me with a question.
And you responded by saying, weren't any nuns
There
and
weren't
priests there?
any, yes, from having nuns and priests there to everybody was naked, you know, and I responded, there weren't any nuns and priests there. We were just having a good time. Like you said, we're adults.
All right. And you weren't sure about whether Bill, your husband, was nude or not on page 34. But you said, I don't think so.
No. No audible response.
Okay.
No.
But then you told him you don't remember specifics.
I said I don't think so.
Okay. You said that did they ask you that what happened after Karen got out of the hot tub, and was there a problem after that? Did you respond and tell them that you stayed in the hot tub and Karen went to the front room and laid on a pillow with no clothes on? Page 36.
Okay.
Is that correct?
That she went in the house? Yes.
But that you stayed in the kitchen and that Karen went into the front room and laid on a pillow. Is that how you responded?
That is how I responded, yes.
All right. And that you saw your husband Bill go in there,
Yes.
but you didn't go in the room.
I
at
did
that
not. I was
time.
in the kitchen, which was connected to that room. It was very open, so
But you didn't go into the room where they were.
no.
You were all right.
But I could see that room from where the kitchen was, which is one room over.
But you agreed that you were in the kitchen.
I think I was in the kitchen.
All right. But like you said, I can't remember specifics. Is that correct? What you had told the officer?
Yeah, specifics is where I was standing in the kitchen, and specifically where I was standing, yeah.
About the details of the party. You'd previously told him you can't remember the specifics about the detail of the party.
I think the specifics of who was standing where, yes, those kinds of things.
And Robin Alford went into the room where they were.
Yes.
You weren't in the room at that time.
I was not. No.
And from this party, the officers asked you, and you said there was a falling out between you, Robin, and David.
Is that the next page?
Page 38.
Okay.
Did you respond from this party there was a falling out between you, David, and Robin?
Yes.
And you said because Robin claimed that Bill went in there and took advantage of her.
Yes.
That's what you said.
Yes.
And you went on and they asked you some more about other issues. And you mentioned another occasion. Was it the Dina Quartermas party on page 39? Does that name ring a bell?
Oh yeah, I know Dina. That's probably the night that we had gone out and then come back.
Right. And that y'all were drinking and you and Karen ended up in the bed upstairs together?
I was in the bed asleep with my pajamas on, yes. And then she came up there after that.
On page 39, though, when they asked you about that issue, you said that was the night after Dina Quartermas. So you and Karen went up were drinking and ended up in a bed upstairs together. Isn't that how you responded on page 39?
It says I went up in the bed fully clothed with the clothes I had on, and I remembered laid down in my bed.
And you and Karen ended up in the bed upstairs together.
She ended up coming in after that, yes.
But on that day, is that how you explained it? And that she wasn't fully clothed?
Yes.
Okay. And that at some point David came up while you and her were in bed and asked what was going on, or made statements about come on home.
Yes, he was angry because he was accusatory of something that was going on.
Right. And this was in the nighttime, I guess.
Yes, it was night.
And I guess he didn't have the kids with him, but obviously she had parental obligations, didn't she? Karen Swift.
Of course, we all have parental obligations.
And he came up into your house to get her and see what she was doing.
Yes, to see where she was,
And there wasn't a physical fight or anything other than asking questions, and then he left.
yes, there was yelling, and then he left.
And then Karen stayed for a while.
I'm not sure how long she stayed. She got herself together so that she could go home.
All right. And didn't David ask her, aren't you coming home?
That specifically that night?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, were there other occasions that you or to your knowledge, your husband called David Swift to come pick Karen up from your house?
Not that I can remember.
All right. So you're saying that there could possibly be, but you're not sure.
I don't remember us calling him to ask him to come get her. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember anything like that.
All right. You mentioned in your direct testimony about you asked David to take Karen home at one time
After the 40th birthday party, yes.
when she was dizzy or almost passed out.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess from your 40th party, Robin Alford, after that, she never came over again.
No.
Robin Alford and Karen had been friends for a while.
Yes.
And after that, Robin wouldn't come over to your house or didn't come over to your house anymore.
Correct.
All right. And you didn't want, you also said, I don't want Robin Alford over at my house.
No, because she had made false accusations against my husband, and we wanted to cut ties because of that.
Because she claimed that your husband took advantage of Karen.
Yes, she claimed that, yes.
When Karen was passed out.
Well, she wasn't passed out. She was laying in the front room.
Okay. Totally nude.
Yes.
David called you after that and said, what's going on with you and Karen?
Yeah, because Robin told him that
Okay.
and thought it was something going on, and there was not.
And, okay. Just one second. Now, the Walmart incident, was that the Walmart in Dyersburg?
Yes.
Okay, and they asked you about that also, and you gave them a date of that. Was it August the 4th, 2011?
What page would that be on?
It will be page 46. Is that the correct date that you gave them? Or is that the date that you gave the police?
I don't see the date written here.
But you know what I'm talking about, the Walmart incident?
Yes, I know what you're talking about. I don't see the date written here.
Okay. And
There it is. Okay. Yeah.
do you see the date?
Yeah, August 4th. There it is.
All right. And I'm just going off what
Right.
I believe you said.
Right.
And is that when Karen left home and to go to Walmart and left her car at the Walmart parking lot,
Yes.
and then you picked her up from her car,
Yes.
okay?
I believe that's what happened.
And then you and her went to karaoke.
I don't remember what we did that night because we did a lot of fun stuff together. So
Page 46.
46.
46, top of 46, 47.
Let's see.
Top of page 46, number 1.
Went out that night. I think we went to karaoke. Yes, it was just
Or-
one.
okay.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Those were your words, though.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I said. I think we went to karaoke.
And that was nighttime.
Yeah, I guess it would have been.
Yeah. And were you aware that, so you and Karen left her car, so I guess it could make it look like she was at Walmart.
Yes, because we had asked her if she could park at our house, and she didn't want us to be uncomfortable and have David drive by
Okay.
and make us feel uncomfortable because he'd be
And she
stalking
told him
us there too.
she told him she went to Walmart.
I'm sorry?
She told him she went to Walmart.
She
to
told
shop.
David she went to Walmart?
Yeah. Do you
Okay.
know? Is that correct? And at some point, y'all came back to the car later on. Is that correct?
To the car in the parking lot?
Yes, after you finished with karaoke at night. Is that correct?
Yes, we got back to the car.
And then you're saying at that point, David came up and knocked on the window, the side window, and asked, "What are you doing?"
Yes,
of his wife.
yes.
Okay. And he also asked you, why are you covering for Kathy? And in essence, ask her to come home.
Yeah, why are you covering for her? Why are you covering for her? What are you doing?
All right.
And beat the side of the window.
There's a neighbor you have where you live. Is her name Mrs. Janie Helm?
Yes,
She lives immediately beside you?
she does.
Okay. The police ask you about that, and you inform them that she knows everything that goes on because she's kind of nosy, seriously. Did you tell the police that?
What page would that be on?
It'll be page 50. Did you tell the police that? You brought up Miss Helms' name.
Miss whose name? Sorry? Miss Helm's name, yes.
Helms. You gave them the name, is that correct?
If you're standing, she knew I was watching. That wasn't that.
When you refresh your memory, let me ask you a couple questions. Did you tell the police that Miss Helm watched you from the kitchen and fence sometimes?
From what I said, it looks like the way her house is set up, she could see in my window and the TV that's in my window.
And did you just tell them that she peeks and listens to you on page 50? Those your words?
Yep, that's what it says.
All right. Did you also, the police ask you about Karen wouldn't respond to David's phone calls sometimes when she was with you and your husband?
Yeah,
And you told them that she wouldn't respond sometimes to his phone calls.
yes, she would not sometimes, correct.
And on page 58, they asked you about that, and you stated Karen wasn't perfect, so she had to lie to him a bit in order to do anything.
That's what it says, yes.
That's what you told the police. They asked you about you and your husband getting involved in her marriage, and you indicated that you and your husband gave her a phone and also the money to file for divorce.
Yes.
All right. And also a way to leave town with her two girls, with their children, their two girls.
A way to leave town. She was just going to go on a vacation with us, yes.
Okay. And you were aware that, let me make sure that she was going to maybe be cleaning a house in Trumbull the morning after the Saturday night party.
Yes.
Okay. David's the one that called you and told you about her car being on the side of the road.
Yes.
He wanted to know if you knew where she was.
Yes.
All right, that he and the girls were looking for her.
Yes.
And that he found out from somebody else that her car was on the side of the road.
From what I remember, he said he took the girls to church and saw it on the side of the road.
All right. And didn't he tell you, well, back then, didn't you tell the police that Jennifer Lamb, David told you that Jennifer Lamb told him that the car's on the side of the road with a flat tire? That's how he found out when he called you.
Was there that on page?
It is, page 66, 67.
66 or 67?
You had a chance to refresh your memory.
That's on the bottom of 67, appears.
When they asked you about how you found out that David Swift called you and
Said
told
she sent her a text.
yeah, that Jennifer, this is the name, you mentioned the name Jennifer Lamb, though, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. She said she sent her a text. Yes, what I said is her neighbor said she sent a text to Karen at 9:30 asking, "Is this your car on the side of the road?"
Right. That David had found out from somebody else and called you and your husband.
I don't know if that's how he found out, unless he saw that text message with her phone.
Okay. You and Bill drove out there, but David called you. That's how you found out, and asked where she was.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Bill drove out there to look at her car.
We did.
Okay. You and Bill drove separately?
I think so.
Okay. And just one second. Did you also go by, did you go to the house in Trumbull?
He did.
Okay. Didn't you tell the police that day that you and Bill drove to Tiffany's house and she wasn't there on page 71?
Yeah, that's what we were looking for.
So you, on that day, you told the police that you and Bill drove to Trumbull together. You and Bill drove there together.
No, it says, so Bill drove to the Trimble house.
Okay. Just trying to be accurate.
Yes.
One second.
He was just trying to see if she was there.
On the top of page 71, did you respond, we drove to her house, speaking about Tiffany?
Yes.
That's what you said then.
Did you make contact with me? We drove to her house and she wasn't there.
Okay. Just 1 second, I'm almost finished.
Okay.
And they jumped around again, the police, and asked you questions about Karen and some of her activities, and you said in response to the police questions about other people that she might be seeing or having contact with, you told the police she's conversing with the guy from Arkansas, a married boyfriend, on page 79. Is that correct?
That it says, I know there was a man in Little Rock that her and David were friends with back in Arkansas. She had been conversing with. I guess people were saying she had a married boyfriend.
All right, but those were your words, weren't they?
Yes, those were some of the accusations that were coming out.
All right. And you responded, you had some knowledge about the guy from Arkansas.
Yeah, I know she talked to him a couple times, but they were friends back in Arkansas.
Okay.
Didn't think anything
Now,
about it.
the police in that interview are asking you about Karen's passwords and changing things. And in response on page 83, did you inform the police in that interview that Karen was all the time changing her passwords and stuff on her phone? Page 83.
That's what I said.
All right. Karen was changing her passwords all the time. Is that correct?
Yes, I said she was all the
Constantly.
time changing her passwords and stuff.
And constantly changing it. Those were your words.
Yes, those are my words.
You were aware, the officers are still jumping around, I'm just trying to be orderly, that
Right.
David hurt his knee at work last Wednesday before this interview on page 83.
Let's see. Okay, that's that. Yeah, it's jumping around.
Did you say, page 83, your exact words, you knew that David hurt his knee at work last Wednesday before she went missing?
Does he need it? I don't know. He said he hurt it at work. I said, I don't know. He said he hurt it at work. This was just last Wednesday.
Okay, that's how you responded. And you volunteered that you saw David hobbling around on his crutches the Wednesday or Thursday prior to Karen going missing on page 84.
84. Yes.
All right. And then the police from there ask you about, I guess, the hay party or the bonfire party on Friday night.
Yes.
You went to that.
Yes.
All right. You saw David and Karen both there.
Yes.
All right. They were there with their children and other people.
Yes.
It was like a family thing.
Yes. Karen wanted to have a party for her children.
Right. And you said you saw David with his crutches. Is that correct?
He put the crutches down. Yes.
When he
That's what I
said-
said. Did you ever see him without? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Did you indicate you saw him with his crutches?
Not that date.
Page 84.
84. He put the crutches down. Yes, he put them down.
Did you say Swift had crutches and you saw him get on a four-wheeler?
He put crutches down to get on the four-wheeler.
Right. So he put them down when he sat on it.
Yes.
All right. That's what you said. All right.
And then put all his weight and kick his leg off. And when he sat on the floor, like it didn't hurt at all. Like it didn't seem like it was limpy. Yes, that's what I said.
But he's sitting on the four-wheeler when he puts his crutches down.
Yes, and kicking his leg out
Okay.
and sitting right down. Yes.
And you You didn't give them specific information about which leg, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. And the officers jumped around, so let me just follow in their order.
Actually, I did. Exactly. Put all your weight on that one, and then he kicked.
All right.
Because I was right behind him. He kicked his butt, was to me. He kicked this leg up, and the weight was on his feet. To kick up to get onto the four-wheeler is what I said.
Just a second.
So, yes, he
page
was
are you
kicking
look-
his legs
what
around
page are
on the
you looking
four-wheeler.
at?
Just a minute. One at a time, please. Go ahead and ask your question.
What page are you on?
85, the top of 85.
Yes. Okay. Just 1 second.
Excuse me.
When the officers asked you about going to Karen's car on that Sunday morning, you answered some questions about that.
Okay. What
So-
page would that be?
It would be page 93.
93.
Did you indicate you noticed some things in Karen's car when you went?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you noticed her boots in the car and noticed that they were dirty,
Yes.
all right? And you told the officer, following on to page 94, about the boots. It looked like the dirt on the boots were from the sandy, dirty area around where the car was. Is that what you said?
Where the car was? Sorry, I'm trying to be clear of what you're asking.
Let me
I noticed
look.
her boots were dirty. There was stuff on them.
And they were dirty. Is that how you responded?
Yes.
And you stated yourself, it looked like the dirt on the boots were from the dirty, sandy, dirty area around where the car was.
It looked like whatever the stuff was around the car right then.
Okay. Now, did you know that Karen had more than 2 phones at that time?
Did I know she
Yes.
had more than 2?
Yes.
No.
All right. But when you looked in the car, did you notice a little purple phone? Page 94.
Yes, a little lavender one that Ashley had it before it was sitting out, and she doesn't use it now.
But you noticed that in the car.
That's what I said, yes. In the cooler.
Let me just back up, and I'm almost through. Was Karen known to get up about 5 a.m. and leave to go to the YMCA or work?
I never witnessed that myself.
Did she ever tell you that?
That she got up early to
Go
go to
work or go to the YMCA?
Not that I can remember, but it wouldn't surprise me if she went to do landscaping work early
Okay.
or clean that house.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just have a few questions, not many.
Okay.
Just to clarify, when did Karen start cleaning houses?
She started cleaning houses. She helped clean my house to pay back the part of the loan. And it was later on in 2011 when she started doing that to start making some money.
Okay, so when you say later on, was it closer to the fall?
Yes, it was closer to when she filed for divorce.
Okay, and do you know what the reason was that she started cleaning houses?
So she could make some money to be on her own and be independent, since she did not have any money, any financial. She was financially dependent on him.
Okay, and the second phone, when did you give that to her?
Seems like it was right before she needed to start talking to Jason Creasy and arranging the divorce.
So it was around the same time as the divorce? Or
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't months before?
No.
And why did she need that second phone?
So she could talk to the lawyer and arrange this divorce and him not stalk her and find out about it. She was trying to make arrangements to make a divorce, to get a divorce, and needed some privacy.
Okay. Mr. Taylor asked you about the fact that you made a statement that Karen would have to lie to David to get out of the house. Why would she have to do that?
Because he didn't want her to go anywhere.
Okay.
And anywhere she went, if it was to hang out, he accused her of sleeping around or drinking. So she wanted to go to karaoke or go to a concert. She had to say, she had to lie, and he accused her of doing something else.
Okay. Was that pretty common?
Yes.
And the purple phone that you saw in the car, did you say that was Ashley's phone?
It appears what I said there, it looked like Ashley had used it at one point.
Okay. So it wasn't Karen's phone?
No.
And one last thing. There was a question about whether or not Karen went to the YMCA at 5 in the morning.
Right.
Did you ever know of Karen to go to the YMCA at 5 in the morning when she's only had 2 hours of sleep the night before?
Not that I witnessed. She was there when I was there at 8, and I never went there that early. So when I was there at 8, she would be there. That's why we worked out together. So I don't think she'd work out for 3 hours at a time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One more question.
Yes, sir.
After you and your husband and Karen returned from your trip in Alabama,
Yes.
Karen went back and lived in the house with David Swift.
Yes.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes, sir.
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you're free to step down. Is this witness excused?
Yes. Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're free to go. Go ahead, next witness.
State calls Dr. Marco Ross.
You expect that to be fairly lengthy?
I don't. I can't anticipate cross-examination, Your Honor, but my examination won't take longer than 20 minutes, I don't believe.
Let's have a quick conference over here.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break to take care of a logistics matter real quick. So it's not a bad time anyway. Let's take about 5 or 10 minutes there. All right, let's be seated. General, go ahead and call your witness. I think you did before, and that's when I decided it's time for a break. But
State calls Dr. Marco Ross.
If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated.
You ready? You are Dr. Marco Ross?
Yes.
Okay, and what kind of doctor are you, sir?
I'm a forensic pathologist and the chief medical examiner at the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center.
Okay, and tell the jury, if you don't mind, what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is the study of those diseases and conditions that result in injury and death.
Okay. Is there a difference between a medical examiner and a forensic pathologist?
Well, a forensic pathologist has specific training to perform examinations on bodies to assess the causes of death. A medical examiner is often a forensic pathologist, but sometimes can also be another type of physician who acts more administratively in ascertaining and directing investigations into causes and manners of death.
So fair to say you are both?
Yes.
Okay. Does the medical examiner's office where you work, do they investigate all deaths in your area?
We are responsible for in examining those deaths that occur either due to undetermined means or are unattended deaths or unnatural deaths.
Okay, and how is a death investigation initiated?
We are contacted typically by law enforcement, sometimes hospital, but usually a law enforcement agency will contact us informing us of the death of an individual and describe the circumstances to us, and we'll determine whether or not it's a case that falls within medical examiner jurisdiction.
Okay, and what does the death investigation entail?
From our standpoint, our investigators will collect information about the circumstances of death for the office that I'm in. If the death occurs in Shelby County in a non-hospital location, our investigator will usually go to that scene and do an initial investigation and examination of the body at the scene. Subsequently, we will arrange to have the body transported to our facility for subsequent examination.
Okay, are you aware of what happens in the more rural counties of West Tennessee?
They have their own individual county medical examiners who are, when notified of a death, if they determine that an autopsy is needed, will make arrangements to have that autopsy sent to one of the forensic centers in the state with an order for an autopsy.
Okay, and before performing an autopsy, are you interested in learning of the decedent's activities prior to death?
That is sometimes helpful to know in trying to ascertain a cause and manner of death.
Okay, and would you tell the jury, what does an autopsy consist of?
An autopsy is an examination of the body that involves both an external examination and an internal examination. We examine first the outer surfaces of the body, looking for evidence of disease and injury, and then we examine the internal parts of the body, making incisions in the chest, abdomen, and head in order to examine the internal organs and structures of the body, again looking for evidence of disease and injury.
Do you also perform or have toxicology performed?
We collect samples for toxicology and have those samples sent to an outside laboratory for analysis.
Is it routine for forensic pathologists to have outside labs perform toxicology?
That's a pretty standard procedure. Only the largest urban medical examiner offices tend to have their own in-house toxicology laboratories. Most agencies, most medical examiner offices around the country send theirs to an outside toxicology laboratory.
Okay, and what is the ultimate aim when you're conducting a death investigation?
To determine a cause of death and a manner of death.
Okay. Just briefly, or no, it's not going to be briefly. It's not going to be briefly. I'm sorry, but can you give us a rundown of your education and your professional experience?
Yes, I received my medical degree from Tulane University in 1985. I then completed a residency in general surgery at the University of South Carolina in 1991. After that, I served as a general surgeon in the U.S. Navy from 91 to 95. Then completed a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Vermont in 1999, and then completed a fellowship in forensic pathology at the University of North Carolina in 2000. Following that, I served as a medical examiner in Phoenix, Arizona for approximately 2.5 years, and then Spokane, Washington for about 4.5 years before coming to Memphis, where I have served as a forensic pathologist medical examiner since March of 2007.
And can you estimate the number of death investigations you have been a part of?
Well, just numbers of autopsies alone, I'm on the order of about 5,000 autopsies. There are some additional investigations on top of that for which we did not perform autopsies, but still did some element of an examination.
Okay, and have you testified in court before to your conclusions in these autopsies and death investigations?
Yes.
Okay, do you know how many times?
I'd say at least 100 times, if not more.
Okay, and those 100 times you've testified, were you declared an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Would you like to put the witness?
Mr. Taylor, would you like to examine Dr. Ross as to his qualifications?
Judge, I have experience with Dr. Ross, so I do not wish to board out.
State tenders Dr. Ross is an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Court accepts Dr. Ross as an expert in the field of forensic pathologist and medical examination.
Dr. Ross, are you familiar with the investigation into the death of Karen Swift?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and how did you come to be involved?
I was asked to review the case. This case was, and the autopsy examination was performed by Dr. Karen Chancellor, who was then the chief medical examiner at the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center. She since expired, and I took over first as acting chief, then became the chief medical examiner, and was responsible for reviewing cases that she had done in the past.
Okay, and what did you do to assume responsibility for the case?
In order to do that, I basically looked over the record, the file that we have, the autopsy report that she completed, and reviewed the photographs that were taken at the time of the autopsy.
Okay, and after reviewing the data and the photographs collected, did you come to your own independent conclusions as to the causes of death in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and can you summarize for the jury, let's start in with the autopsy, you summarize for the jury the external description of Karen Swift's body when it arrived at the medical examiner's office?
The external examination showed that this was a severely decomposed body with partial skeletonization, meaning that already a lot of the soft tissue had decomposed away from the skeletal structures, and bony tissue and bone and parts of the skeleton were exposed. The areas of bony skeleton that were exposed included portions of the head and the face, the neck, the upper back, the pelvic area, and parts of some of the extremities, the arms and legs.
Okay. What about the thyroid bone, the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage? Were they identified?
No, they were not.
Okay. And when you have a missing hyoid, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble pronouncing that, and thyroid cartilage missing, can strangulation be ruled out as a cause of death?
No, it cannot be.
Okay. Was there evidence of other evidence of injury to the body?
Yes, there was. There was a very severe, complex skull fracture on the right side of the head. It was somewhat depressed and extended into most of the portions of the skull on the right side of the head. In addition, part of that fracture line extended across the top of the head over onto the left side of the head.
I'm asking the bailiff to hand you some photographs.
These were photographs taken not exactly at the time of autopsy, but sometime after the initial autopsy was performed. The portions of the skull were further cleaned and examined in order to look at the fractures a little bit more completely on the skull.
Would you describe those as left, right, and top views of the skull?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And would you make them exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Ask them to be state's next exhibit and published to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
All right. It's number 17, I think, Helen. What's your plan at this time in terms of publishing to the
Well,
jury?
I would like to post them to the jury so they can see them before the rest of the examination of Dr. Ross.
Okay. We'll pause and let them review them for a moment.
Well, now I guess I'm getting back to Dr. Ross in case he wants to refer to them. Dr. Ross, in a case like this where the decomposition is so severe, How was the identity of the person being autopsied established?
In this case, identification was established by odontologic examination of the teeth and the dental restorations, and using ante-mortem radiographs or dental imaging and dental records. Our odontologist, Dr. Turner, made that identification.
And it was confirmed to be Karen Swift?
Yes.
Okay. Let's get back to the wound that the jury just saw the pictures of. Would this wound be fatal in your opinion?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. Would it render a person immediately unconscious?
Yes, it would.
Okay. How quickly would you expect this wound to cause death?
Well, it could have occurred almost instantaneously if the impact was directed into areas of the brain that affected respiration and heart rate. The brain, of course, being a very complex structure with a lot of different nervous pathways, when you have an injury over this large an area, the forces that get directed into the brain from that injury can affect different areas of the brain. Depending on what areas of the brain it can affect, it will determine how quickly an individual would die. At the very least, again, if the significant forces were directed to very critical areas of the brain, death could have occurred almost instantaneously. On the other hand, if some of those areas were missed, but other areas were affected at the most because of the degree of hemorrhage that likely would have occurred, because you have this what's called a depressed fracture in there. So you would have laceration of a lot of blood vessels on the surface of the brain and in the lining of the skull, and that would have caused extensive hemorrhage into the brain, but it may have taken anywhere from several minutes to upwards of possibly even a few hours for enough bleeding to have occurred into the brain to have caused death. So this is a little bit of a range of how quickly death may have occurred.
And can you tell which of those occurred in this case?
No, I cannot.
Okay. And from your examination, can you tell whether this wound was an open wound or a closed wound?
No, I cannot.
Okay. And would you describe the difference between open and closed to the jury?
With any type of fracturing, you can have it described as an open or a closed type of wound. An open fracture involves, when there's a fracture to a structure, there's often a defect in the overlying skin. It's a large, like a laceration or a tear, an opening that has communication between the surface of the skin and the injured structure. On the other possibility of those, it could have been closed. So it's sort of like, you break a bone in your arm, but you have no outer break in the skin. You just get like basically bruising, and that's considered a closed fracture. Well, a closed, fracture or head injury like that would be the same thing, where the scalp and the skin surface could still be intact, but you could still have that degree of injury to the skull.
And how much bleeding would you expect from a closed wound?
From a closed wound, if the skin was entirely intact, there'd be minimal bleeding. Okay. Externally, there would be a lot of bleeding internally, but externally, minimal bleeding.
Okay. And given the state of decomposition, is it possible to determine if this injury occurred before or after death?
That cannot be determined in this case.
Okay. If that injury occurred after death, would that affect the amount of blood? If it were an open wound, would that affect the amount of blood that the wound produced?
Yes, it could.
And describe why that is to the jury, please.
If this injury occurred, before, basically, essentially at the time of death, and the heart is still beating and it's an open wound, then you have still blood flow, and it's the act of blood flow into the head and through the open wound, which is why you may get more bleeding. Whereas if you're deceased when that happens, then there's no longer a blood flow occurring in the head because the heart has stopped beating. There may still be some blood that's going to come out anyway, but not as much as you would expect to see if the person was still alive and the heart was beating and that blood was being more vigorously coming out of the wound.
In the report, in the part of the report that talks about the X-rays, I see there is a note about an irregularity of the second right rib, and I think it describes it as a remote fracture. Can you explain what the term remote fracture means?
That means remote in time. There was an irregularity on the rib surface, and to my eye, it possibly could have been an old fracture. It could be also due to some other type of lesion on the rib. If it was a fracture, it was a very well-healed one that would have occurred, months, if not years, prior to the time of death.
Okay, so fair statement, that rib, whatever the irregularity was in the rib, wasn't involved in her death?
Correct.
Okay. Was toxicology performed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any substances of note found in Karen Swift's system?
Toxicology analysis of the liver tissue revealed the presence of ethanol, alcohol, acetaminophen, also known as Tylenol, caffeine, and diphenhydramine, also known as Benadryl.
Okay. And I see also in the lab report that it cautions patients taking diphenhydramine from operating heavy machinery. Do you know why that is?
Because diphenhydramine has sedating side effects. As a matter of fact, it's frequently used as an over-the-counter sleep aid.
Okay. And does taking diphenhydramine, does a person taking diphenhydramine who's already been consuming alcoholic beverages, does that present any additional issues for that person?
Yes, there is a risk that you're combining the sedating effects of alcohol and diphenhydramine.
Okay. Was there any evidence collected from the body for further analysis by outside individuals?
The evidence collected included the clothing, which was just some underpants that were found, some hair from the scalp, some fibers that were found on the hands, and fingernail clippings from the right and left hands.
Okay. Now, I'm pretty sure I understand why underpants and nail clippings were collected. Can you tell us why the scalp hair was collected?
A lot of that is partly due to the pre-DNA era. Hair was frequently a type of evidentiary biologic material that could be used to connect an individual with a set of circumstances or another individual or a scene. And then because there are, although each person doesn't have their own unique hair, there are a lot of different hair types and hair colors, and when you even look at hair microscopically, it has different textures, so it varies a lot. And so there are many different hair types, and you can sort of use that sometimes to say that this hair is consistent. If you found the hair from a deceased individual in a certain location, you could say, well, it's consistent with that. And even now, they can actually use the DNA on the hair to do it. Of course, we usually almost always go just with DNA from another source, but the hair from DNA can be used.
Okay. Was an internal examination performed?
Yes.
Okay. Did that internal examination yield any information for you?
Only in that, again, it substantiated the degree of decomposition. For example, in the head, although there was that fracture that was present, there was like minimal brain tissue present. I think they described basically about 300 grams of semi-liquid tissue in the brain, considering that the brain normally weighs about anywhere from 1,100 to 1,400 grams. That's about a quarter of the amount of brain tissue that was left in the brain, and it had already degraded to a point that was really identifiable only as brain tissue, and nothing more could be said about it. Some of the other organs were a little bit more intact, although still decomposed. You could look at the heart was present and did not show any significant disease on the heart. The lungs were present, showed no obvious abnormalities in the lungs, no foreign materials. The liver was again decomposed, but no obvious defects or injuries on the liver. And the spleen was still intact, as were the pancreas and some of the intestines. However, some of the neck structures were missing, particularly the tracheal cartilage, or the laryngeal cartilage, part of the larynx, and the hyoid bone, which is a bone that is at the base of the tongue and sort of helps to connect the tongue to the larynx. That was missing. Also missing was a lot of the organs from the pelvis.
Okay, and was that described in the report as internal genitalia not being identified?
Correct.
And were you able to determine why they were not identified?
The findings are consistent with decomposition being the reason for those organs being missing, unless, of course, she had a previous hysterectomy. That may also account for it.
Okay. Let's go back to the internal examination of the neck. You stated that Dr. Chancellor found in the internal examination that the cervical vertebral bodies demonstrate mild degenerative changes, but no evidence of injury. If someone had been strangled to death, would you expect to find injury to the neck?
With strangulation, when you have injury to the neck, it's typically some hemorrhage in the tissues on the front of the neck, and quite frequently you can also cause injuries, either fractures or separations of the thyroid cartilage, which is part of the larynx, or the hyoid bone. Those couldn't be assessed. But you don't typically, for strangulations, don't typically expect to see the cervical vertebrae injured, because they're sort of there deep in the center of the neck. They're covered by a lot of bone and other structures, and usually it takes something significant, like you see motor vehicle accident or an individual who falls and breaks their neck. That might be a reason why a neck's broken, but you don't typically see that in a strangulation, and I wouldn't expect to in most strangulations unless it were extremely forceful.
Okay, so doctor, is it possible that Karen Swift's death was caused by strangulation and the wound to the head was post-mortem?
It certainly is possible.
Okay. Then why is blunt force trauma listed as the cause of death if strangulation is possible?
Because of the circumstances of which we were told, and this individual is found in a wooded area with a severe injury to the head, and that degree of injury to the head basically could, unless there was due to a car accident or a fall from a significant height, most likely was due to an assault. And because of that, that is sort of the most probable case, given the scene in which this individual was found and the injury, to most likely attribute the cause of death to the blunt force head trauma.
So is the protocol in forensic pathology that absent the obvious injury or an obvious injury to the throat area, which would have been evident of strangulation, you go with the obvious injury, which is the head injury?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and you just touched on it. Let's talk about the possible cause of skull fractures. Without any outside information, I think you just started on them. It could be a fall from height could have caused that?
Yes.
Okay. You said it could have been a car crash?
Yes.
And then last you said it could have been an assault?
Correct.
And from your examination of the autopsy, is it possible to tell which of these three, if either of them had occurred?
Without knowing anything else other than looking at the autopsy findings and the skull fracture itself, that can't be ascertained with any degree of certainty.
Okay, and assume for a moment that it was an assault, if you would. Is there any way possible to determine the exact cause of or the exact manner of the assault?
No, there are numerous possibilities for how that fracture might have been sustained in an assault.
You'd agree with me? The ways are infinite, the ways that people hurt other people.
Potentially.
Thank you. So pass the witness.
Dr. Ross, just a few questions. You and your office examined and processed the body.
Yes.
The body was thoroughly examined for evidence.
Excuse me?
The body was thoroughly examined for evidence.
Yes.
Things were taken from the body, such as the underpants, the scalp hair, the fiber from the hands, the nail clippings from underneath both hands, and nail clippings for DNA and forensic testing.
Yes.
The DNA and forensic testing from these items were given to another agency. You don't test those, do you?
We don't perform that testing. We just give those materials to another agency.
They go to the TBI crime lab.
Well, we release it to the, in this case, it was released to the Dyer County Sheriff's Office. and subsequently it's the law enforcement agency that then makes the decision to transfer to the materials to TBI for further testing.
Okay, thank you, sir. In your report, let me just ask you a few things. In your report, you indicate the black underpants were present during your processing and pulled down from the upper thighs.
Yes.
That was the only clothing that was included.
Yes.
All right. Those is why the testing was done of the panties.
Excuse me?
That's why the testing was done of the panties.
Well, I don't know if they were tested. I wasn't informed whether they were or weren't, but we did remove them to be submitted as evidentiary material.
Okay. In your report, there was a diagram prepared showing different things on the body.
Yes.
That was to show any wounds or marks.
Yeah, that is a, sketches are made by the pathologists performing the autopsy at the time, and usually they're used to help them when they make their dictation to show. It's meant to be a schematic and essentially a memory aid for the pathologist to note what was present on the body so that when they do their dictation, we rely typically more on the photographs to show the more actual things that occur, but the diagrams are a helpful aid.
According to the diagrams, were there any indication of scrapes, marks, or bruises indicating a possible struggle?
Well, no, but that couldn't be ruled out because of the degree of decomposition of the body.
Okay. But you can't tell just because of that whether or not there was a struggle to any degree of reasonable certainty.
Right. The autopsy does not demonstrate that one way or the other.
But on the diagram, there are marks on the diagram on
Yes.
the front and the back indicating things on the body. Is that correct?
Yes, basically areas of tissue loss on the body, and of course the areas of exposed bone, and of course the skull fracture on the head.
Okay. The cause of death, you explained, was blunt force injury of the head.
Correct.
Okay. Can you say with any degree of reasonable medical certainty, and isn't reasonable medical certainty the standard that you have to use?
Well, it's discussed as as what is most probable. So you look at what is most probable, and that is what you ascertain to be the likely cause.
Is that because you don't want to guess or speculate if you don't have enough evidence or information?
Correct.
Okay. And is that very important?
Yes, we do want to avoid over speculating.
Okay. Can you elaborate the type of instrument or mechanism that delivered the injury?
In this particular case, it could be any number of objects. It's hard. We really can't be precise as to what may have done it.
Could it be a hammer?
Could have been.
Could it be, would it be a hard object?
It would be a hard object.
So you could at least say it would be a hard object that delivered this mechanism of injury.
Yes.
All right. You talked about the open and closed wound,
Yes.
the difference between those. In this case, you cannot make a reasonable certainty as to which one it was.
No, I cannot.
You indicated with the open wound, it would more likely show evidence of discharge of fluids and blood.
Yes.
Is it possible that a closed wound would, over time or a short period of time, show evidence of discharge of fluid or blood?
A closed wound, not necessarily, no.
But it would possibly occur at some point?
Oh, basically, at a point when there's decomposition and the skin starts to break down, you might get it, but otherwise I wouldn't necessarily expect it. Now, of course, depending upon, even though it's a closed wound, if the surface of it has some degree of abrasion, but it's not an actual open, but sort of like scraping, you might still get a little blood loss from that.
Okay. But in this case, you can't tell which one it was?
No.
All right. The prosecutor asked you about strangulation.
Yes.
You can't tell whether or not there was strangulation involved in this case?
No, I cannot.
And if you don't have enough information to make that call?
No.
So if you made that call with the information you have, you would just be guessing?
Yes.
Okay. Just one moment. You don't have enough information in this case to say whether or not a sexual assault or penetration occurred?
No, we can't determine that in this case.
Okay. Let's see. I guess the materials or the chemicals, the findings of whether alcohol, caffeine, and the other things that were found in the body was done through a toxicology report.
Yes.
That was something that was done outside of your agency?
Yes.
Okay. And let me just ask you this. Are you trained on the levels of, I guess, alcohol and these different substances as to their levels and what they mean?
Well, when they're present in non-decomposed tissue, yes, to some extent we can make an assessment as to their significance, but with decomposed tissue, and such as this case, really all you can say is those items are present. The levels are basically meaningless.
Okay. So you can't, with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, say what levels they are?
No.
Let me ask this. Can you say with a reasonable degree of medical certainty when they were either ingested or taken, what time frame before death?
Not necessarily. A lot would depend upon what the half-life of a drug is, so you would know how long it might have been in the body before it gets cleared out. And I honestly don't know off the top of my head what that would be for diphenhydramine. It's probably on the order of several hours. So it could have been, any time ingested within a 24-hour period before death, but I probably can't say much more than that.
So with that drug, it's possible it was ingested the day before death?
Yes.
All right. And the others, you can't say the time frame that they were ingested, whether it's hours before or the day before?
Right.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Taylor gave you some specific examples of the mechanism of death. Doctors, the wounds that you see in the pictures there, are they consistent with a skull being, the left side of the skull being against a hard object such as a concrete floor, and the right side of the skull being have a very sharp force applied to it by, say, perhaps a heavy boot?
Yes.
Okay. Would you hand this to him? Doctor, I'm handing you a copy of a report. I just want you to identify it, make sure that it's a complete copy of the autopsy report.
Yes, this is a copy of our report of investigation, the autopsy report, also the odontology report where identification was made, and the toxicology report.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony, sir? No more questions.
Just one more thing.
Go ahead.
You stated a hard object could cause this sort of injury.
Yes.
Could you state how many pounds of pressure to the skull would be required or under the circumstances as you found the body?
To cause that degree of skull injury, I honestly don't have any recall of specific biomechanical data that might be required to cause that, so I don't know that I could comment on that at this time.
To any degree of medical certainty?
To any degree of medical certainty.
Thank you.
Okay, doctor, you can sit down. Thank you. The report was Exhibit 18. Call your next witness.
Jenny Garrett.
Going somewhere.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you state your name, please?
Jennifer Robertson.
And were you formerly known by another name?
Jennifer Guerin. Jenny.
And would you state that, please? I'm sorry, would you spell that?
Gurien.
Okay. And how's the first name spelled?
Jenny.
Okay. And now it's Robertson?
No, it's Robertson.
Okay. All right. Ms. Robertson, I'm sorry. I had called you Garen. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Ms. Robertson, do you know David Swift?
Yes, sir.
Did you know Karen Swift?
Yes, sir.
Tell me how you knew them.
They lived across the street from me on Willie Johnson.
Okay. And how long did you know them?
About 2007, 2008 to when she went missing.
Okay. Did you live there first, or did they live there?
I lived there.
Okay. So they moved in. You were already there when they moved in.
Yes.
Okay. How soon did you meet Miss Swift after they moved there?
Probably a week. Maybe 2 weeks. Week or two.
Okay. Did you become friends?
Yes, fairly quick.
Okay. Did you ever spend any time at Karen's house?
I did.
Okay. Did she spend time at your house?
More time at my house than I did at her house.
Okay.
Yes.
What was your relationship with Karen?
She was my very close friend. We exercised together, ate together, silly together. She'd come over and help me with my daycare sometimes. Our kids played. We were just really good friends.
Okay. You said your kids played. Did you see her with her children?
Every day, all the time.
What kind of mother was she?
Attentive, nurturing, hands-on, loving.
Okay.
She was a great mom.
All right. Was there ever a time that Mr. Swift came to your house looking for Karen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me about that?
There was one night that she had come over. She had put the girls to bed. I had put my boys to bed. And he'd come over with the girls and said that they wanted Mommy to come home.
Okay.
They were very sleepy. And Karen told him to take the girls back home. And they were visibly upset, so she did end up going home.
Do you remember what the weather was?
It's cold. It was cold out.
Okay. So, do you remember anything about how the kids were dressed or anything?
Well, they were asleep, so they were in their pajamas. I don't really remember exactly what they were wearing, but I know they were in their pajamas. I don't remember a jacket. No, if that's what you're asking.
Did it look like they'd just been woken up?
Yes.
What was your opinion of David Swift's personality?
Your Honor, I object.
Yeah, just a second, ma'am.
Your Honor, I object to opinion evidence. We're here about facts.
Your Honor, it's her observations.
Let's talk for a second about that. Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Robertson, did you ever see Mr. Swift and Mr. Swift together?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever observe any behavior between the two of them in the way they interacted with one another?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell me how they interacted with one another?
They weren't, it wasn't just like a loving, there was not affection, hugging. It wasn't that kind of a marriage. They argued some, mainly if she was coming to my house. He didn't like it when she come over there a lot. They didn't really argue in front of me. I don't recall them arguing.
Okay. Did you said that he had a problem with Karen Swift coming to your house?
Yes, he didn't like her spending a lot of time over there.
Do you know why?
I don't know why. I know that I can tell you what she told me of why he didn't want her coming over there. He.
Your Honor, unless there's a hearsay exception, I object to that. I mean, there's a hearsay exception, I object to.
I didn't
Ask the
intend.
question again.
I didn't intend to elicit that answer anyway, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the last response by the witness, you should ignore, put it out of your mind, and you may not refer to it during your deliberations.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, did you see instances or examples of Mr. Swift being controlling over Karen Swift?
Yes.
Tell me about those.
He told her she wasn't allowed to have a drink. And so probably the first month that we hung out, she would, if I had a glass of wine, she wouldn't touch it. She said he would get really angry.
I object. She could say what she observed, but hearsay exception.
Ma'am, just hang on a second, okay? If he's talking, it's time for you to just wait a minute, okay? Thank you.
Can I respond, Judge? Unless there's a hearsay exception, she could say what she observed, if she did observe something.
What do you say to that?
No argument.
Okay. All right, then the objection will be sustained.
Okay. Tell me about other examples you saw of his controlling behavior.
He came over to the house and told her to come home.
How often did that happen?
Almost every time she came over to the house. If it was after dark.
Okay. And did she do that?
No. One time.
Okay.
One time she did because I observed him, he yelled at her. And I believe his words were, I hate you. And he got really angry. And there was another person there that looked at him and said, y'all need to take your arguments back to the house. And she did leave with him.
Okay.
So,
And that happened more than once, that he would come to the house and tell her to come home?
yes.
Was there a time that you and Karen were out eating and Mr. Swift just showed up?
Yes.
Tell me about
We were eating at Applebee's. It was probably around 6, 7 o'clock. And it was me, her, and a couple other friends. And I looked up and I seen him walk in the back door of Applebee's. And he looked at me. I know he knows I seen him. And then he looked at her and then he turned around and walked out. And I nudged her and I said, Karen, David's here. And she said, are you kidding? I said, no, I'm not. I said, I literally just watched him walk in and walk out.
Okay.
We continued to eat, and that's...
How did you feel about that?
I thought it was, well, typical. I thought it was typical.
Did you go to Karen's house very often?
In the beginning, I did a lot.
Towards the end?
Towards the end, she was at my house a lot. And then, of course, I had moved to Lexington. So then when I would see her, she would drive to Lexington to see me. Or if I went to my father-in-law's house, she would drive there to see me.
Okay. And who is your father-in-law?
Jamie Guerin.
Okay. And did you know that Karen had filed for a divorce?
Yes.
Did you know anything about Karen Swift going to a Halloween party on October 29th of 2011?
Yes.
Did she tell you, or no, strike that. Did you hear from her that night?
I did. She called me, I think it was around 9 o'clock.
Okay. Was she doing okay?
She seemed to be doing okay. She was bored, and she said she felt like the third wheel. She didn't really want to be there. I told her to go sit at the bar and have a drink and try to find somebody that she knew to mingle with. And I told her just, relax and try to have a good time, and I told her to call me later.
Okay. And did you hear from her later?
She called me
What time was that?
around 11.
Okay. Did you talk to her?
No.
What happened to that call?
I went, it was a new phone, so I didn't have voicemail. She just sent me a text after that, said, call me, please, with exclamation points, and I didn't.
Is there a reason that you didn't call her back?
I didn't hear the phone while I was asleep. I called her as soon as I woke up the next morning, but it just went to voicemail.
Was it her typical voicemail?
I don't recall.
Just 1 second, man.
I object to vagueness.
Your Honor, she either knows what her voicemail always was or she doesn't.
I'm not sure I understand the question. The question is vague. So the objection is going to be sustained.
Did you usually get Miss Swift's voicemail when you would call?
Never.
Okay. If Karen was planning to go somewhere, did she typically tell you?
Always.
Did she tell you she was going anywhere later that night?
No.
Did you ever know of Karen to get up in the middle of the night and leave her girls?
No.
Is anything that you think would be typical of her behavior?
No.
Are you familiar with the area where Karen Swift's car was found?
Yes.
And do you know how far that is from her house?
I'm not very good with distance. It's a little block. Like, if you stretch it out, it's not that far.
Is it close enough that she could have walked home?
Yes.
Did Karen Swift have the type personality that she would just go along willingly with an abductor?
No.
Did you talk to David Swift after Karen went missing?
I did.
What was his attitude after she was missing?
Your Honor, I object to vagueness.
I'll rephrase. What did Mr. Swift tell you after she was missing?
He mentioned that he just said she was with Kathy and Bill at the Halloween party, and he was worried about her. He said he was worried sick, didn't know where she was. And he brought up a few things like, you know, she's been kind of doing this and that, mentioning things that she had been involved in. He was worried about it, and, you know, her drinking and her clothes and whatnot. So he was worried that something happened to her.
Okay. Did he say anything else?
I don't recall.
Did he try to demean her in any way?
Your Honor, unless she's physically present, this is a phone conversation, I object.
You know, I'm not
The
asking the
objection's
tone.
overruled. To the extent she can determine that from talking to him, I think she's able to answer the
You
question.
know, I'm not asking what the tone was. I'm asking what the words were that he said, if they were demeaning.
Oh, that's not what I understood. I'm sorry. The question was he demeaning?
No.
What was his demeanor?
No, that was not my question either. My question was, when you talked to him, was he demeaning Karen?
Okay, that's what your question was.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Yes, he demeaned Karen.
What type things did he say?
She drinks a lot. She parties a lot. She's never home. She's with Kathy and Bill. She's involved in this sex ring. She wanted to see other men. You know, just
Did he have anything good to say about her?
just that he hopes she's okay. I mean,
Is that it?
that's it.
Your Honor, I'll pass it with.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me pretty good?
Yes, sir.
Some people can't. You were interviewed pretty quickly after Karen went missing, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
You were interviewed by law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
You met with them and voluntarily answered questions.
Yes, sir.
Did they read you your rights and told you you had the right to have a lawyer?
I don't remember.
Okay. You met with them and answered a lot of questions, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Let me start out. The prosecutor asked you questions about Karen being strong physically. Was she physically fit and physically strong?
Very much so.
All right. Did she work out a lot?
A lot.
Was she very athletic?
Yes,
Okay. Was that important to her?
very much so.
Now, you met her when they moved in across the street from where you lived.
Yes,
You and Karen got along, and she became your best friend.
yes,
But at some point, you stopped having as much contact with Karen, didn't you?
yes.
And was this right before she moved, before you moved?
Pretty close.
Okay. Was this about the same time she started hanging out with the Bonas?
No,
Okay. Was it several months before she went missing?
yes,
Okay. And the officers at the interview asked you about this, didn't they?
they did.
And you responded? You answered their questions?
Yes, I answered their questions.
Okay. And did you tell the officers that she just kept calling me a lot and sometimes you got to where you just weren't answering her?
Yes,
Okay. And they asked you, was there a falling out between you two?
they did.
And you responded that there was, didn't you?
I don't know, did I?
Do you want to refresh your memory?
I do.
Okay. If I could pass this, well. Pass this to the witness. They talk to you. Let me start out, ma'am. Can I ask you, can I say something and then ask you some questions, if that's okay?
Yes, sir.
The interview that they did with you was back in 2011. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you mind, it's important that we all have a yes or no response where everybody can hear you. The transcript that I'm passing you, would you look at it and see if that refreshes your memory about when you were interviewed on the front cover?
Yes,
And does that refresh your memory?
yes,
And was that back in December the 3rd of 2011?
yes,
Was that back when this was a lot fresher in your memory?
yes,
Okay. And on page 5 and page 5 of the transcript, you see the numbers at the bottom. Would you look at that and just refresh your memory and then let me ask you a question? When you're through, just look up and then I'll ask a question if that's okay. All right. The officers asked you if there was a falling out between you and Karen, and isn't it true that you responded yes because she was tracking me down all the time, and it was after we moved and I had plans and she would get upset about me not wanting to have plans with her? Is that how you responded in the transcript?
I responded that it was a silly argument, that I felt like I needed to focus on my marriage more and give that more time, and that I couldn't necessarily give her the time that she needed.
Right. But you told him that she was wanting to come over all the time.
Yes,
Okay. And you also said in that interview on page 7, did you tell him that another reason was because Karen would drink and party and do things like that?
this was later on.
But on the transcript, when the officers asked you the question, did you respond saying it was some of it was because later on, as we're approaching
After I moved.
Yes. That it was because she wanted to drink and party and do things like that, and you have family responsibilities.
It was because I didn't want to hang out with the crowd she was hanging out with.
All right. And you just didn't really want to drink like she did.
Well, no, that's not true.
Page 8 of the transcript, would you?
I mean, if I said that, I know me, and that's. It may be because I didn't want to drink in a crowd of people, but for her to come over and it just be me and her, I was, just
Okay.
maybe not going out.
Okay. Or as much as what she had. Is
Not
that
as much as what she had, just if she did, I just didn't prefer the crowd.
All right. You said that when she lived across the street from you that David Swift came over and asked her to come home. It was at nighttime?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that he would, if he contacted her or wanted her to come home, it was in the nighttime.
Yes, it was at
All
night.
right. They had 2 small girls.
Yes.
Okay. He worked. He had a full-time job, David Swift, to your knowledge.
Yes.
Okay. And the officers ask you more questions in this interview, and they ask you about Karen going to bars and getting flirty with men.
One time.
Okay, and you indicated...
And the man was flirty with her, not her flirty with me.
And you indicated that that did occur.
One time, yes.
Okay. The officers continue to ask you more questions about some of the things that made you uncomfortable, and you indicated that she would call to come over to your place and you would tell her no at some point.
At some point, if I was having a bad day, I'm sure.
Okay. And on page 35 of the transcript, would you look at that to refresh your memory? And when you are through with that, would you let me ask you a question? All right. Is your memory refreshed? Yeah.
Yes.
And did you, in fact, tell the officers that you told her, I love you, Karen, but I don't love you like that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who Mr. Hogshooter was?
No.
Okay. Did you remember his truck?
No.
Do you remember he lived in proximity to where you lived, where you moved from, next to the Swifts?
No.
Okay. Did you hang out with the Bonas?
No.
Okay. Did Karen talk to you about Bill Bona?
Yes.
Okay. Did Karen indicate that Bill Bona made her uncomfortable?
Objection. Your son.
as to Karen Swift's state of mind, Your Honor, as to Bill Bona.
You're going to have context and time.
Yes. Okay.
Before I'm going to permit the witness to answer the question.
That's fair.
Okay.
On the night of the Halloween party, before Karen went missing the next day, she called you.
She called me that night, yes.
Yes. And you talked to her, and the prosecutor asked you about that.
Yes,
You knew that she was with the Bonas,
I did.
and she indicated to you that she felt like a third wheel with them.
Yes.
The officers interviewed you later on in April of 2024, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay. And did they ask you about what you could see from the front of your house in relation to the Swift house? About what you could see from the front porch of where you lived in relation to the Swift house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you indicate to him that you could see cars coming and going in the driveway, but could not see in the garage?
I couldn't see in the garage, no.
Okay. Are you aware during this time frame of 2011, before Karen Swift went missing, that she was working occasionally and doing things for money?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be landscaping work?
Landscaping, cleaning house. Then she was trying to do the personal training.
Okay. At the gym?
Yes.
All right. Did that start earlier, like in 2010? Or?
I don't know that she ever started the personal training. I know she completed the program.
But as far as the landscaping?
The landscaping, yes, she had been doing that.
For a number of years?
Here and there jobs. I went to Arkansas, did one with her like a year previously.
Okay. Hang on one second.
Redirect.
Despite the fact that you had this brief falling out, were you still close friends?
Yes. We only went maybe 4 or 5 days without talking.
Okay.
And then I broke it and called her. And
how long ago was, let me say this, how long previous to October of 2011 was that?
I mean, it was, I honestly don't recall. I don't recall if it was after I had moved. I think it was after I'd already moved.
Okay. And you had mended fences, I guess?
Had what?
You had mended
Oh,
fences
yes,
with
yes,
one
pretty
another?
quickly.
Okay. And you were friends on October 29th, 2011?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more question.
Always.
Judge, we have to do our job. When did you move from where the Swifts lived? What month and year? What year?
I'm trying to think how old my son was. It was... I turned 30 that year, and I'm 44, so I'm thinking 2010.
Okay. Possibly the year before she went missing.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe you can step down. Thank you. If you, officer, will you give transcript back there? Is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're free to go. Call your next witness.
Amanda MacArthur. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Would you state your name, please?
Amanda MacArthur.
And would you mind spelling your last name?
Yes, M-A-C, capital A-R-T-H-U-R.
Okay, thank you. Do you know David Swift?
Yes.
Okay, and did you know Karen Swift?
Yes.
Could you tell me how you know them?
Well, I met Karen first at a birthday party.
Okay.
And then later I met David through Karen.
Okay. And how long did you know them?
How long did I know Karen? I
Yes.
met her in March of, I believe it was 2011.
Okay, so you only knew her for a few months?
Correct.
Right, okay. Did the two of you ever spend any time together?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you typically do?
She and I were both into fitness, and so we talked a lot about fitness. Our girls are similar ages, and they both danced together at the studio. I was also an instructor there, so we spent a lot of time together there.
Okay. Did you ever observe Karen Swift and David Swift together?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe anything about their behavior that you thought may be odd? Or?
In the beginning, no. But later, yes.
Okay. Could you tell me what that was?
Can you be more specific?
How did Mr. Swift appear to be a passive individual, a controlling type individual?
In the beginning, very passive.
Okay. Did that change at any time?
Yes.
And when was that?
There was an instance where Karen and I were together, and I felt like it was a very threatening situation from his part. We were being stalked.
Okay, all right, and I'm going to get to that in just a few minutes. Was Karen's personality more of the type of a person who was submissive, more of an independent type person? What type of personality did she have?
I felt like she was extremely independent.
Okay, and did you know that Karen had filed for divorce?
I had come to find that out, yes.
Okay. Do you know anything about her finances, about whether she was dependent upon Mr. Swift or whether she was independent financially?
She had mentioned to me that, yes, she was financially dependent upon him.
Okay. And did you ever talk about plans after her divorce?
She talked to me about her plans, yes.
Okay. And what were her plans?
She wanted to be financially independent, and she was working toward the means to do that, to become so.
Okay. You started to talk to me about this just a minute ago, but I want to ask you a little bit more. Was there ever a time that you felt like you were being followed by Mr. Swift?
Yes.
Okay. And who was with you at that time?
Karen was with me.
Okay. Tell me about that day. Where were you going?
We had been together and just hanging out like women do, and she had an errand to run, and so she was with me in my car. And when she came back to the car after getting out and running her errand, she said to me, "There's David." And she had pointed out that he was at the far end of the parking lot facing us, hidden behind some other cars. Of course, I didn't see it at first. But she told me to flash my lights, and so when I did, he pulled the car around beside us to her side.
Okay. And what did he do once he approached the vehicle?
He asked what she was doing and what we were doing.
How did that make you feel?
Very afraid.
Afraid? Is that what
Yes, afraid.
Okay. And why were you afraid at that moment?
I felt like the things that she had confided in me were very blatantly true.
Okay. And do you remember when this was?
I do not recall exactly.
It was in 2011.
Definitely.
Okay. Did you ever observe Karen with her children?
Yes.
What type of mother was she?
Devoted, protective, Fun.
You said something about that you and Karen like to be physically fit and to talk about those things. Was she physically fit?
Extremely.
If Karen had had a flat tire a quarter of a mile from the house, what do you think she would have done?
Changed it herself.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Pass the witness.
Thank you.
Ms. MacArthur,
Yes,
can
sir.
you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You indicated in your testimony that Karen went in her own business to make money. What sort of business?
She cleaned houses.
Okay.
She taught aerobics. And she landscaped yards.
And had she been doing these things for a while?
I had only met her in March, sir, so I'm not sure.
March of 2011?
Yes.
And you met at the gym?
At a party.
Okay. And did y'all work out together sometimes?
No, we worked out at different gyms, but we were both interested in fitness.
Okay. And she was a strong woman, the prosecutor asked you?
She was fit.
Yes, okay. So she was working when you met her for money, to make money in these different businesses, being an instructor, doing landscaping, and what else?
Aerobics.
Okay. You indicated that you were with Karen in a parking lot, in the car with Karen?
Yes, sir.
Were you in her car or was she in yours?
We were in my car.
Okay. And where was this?
Specifically,
Yes,
the town of Dyersburg, outside of Big Lots.
Big Lots, a
Yes.
business?
Yes.
Okay. And it was during the daytime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Karen told you to flash your lights towards a vehicle she identified as David Swift?
Correct.
And in other words, she asked you to get his attention?
I assumed that was what she wanted me to do, yes.
Right. And in response, David Swift drove over to where your vehicle was?
Yes.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation. He said, "What are y'all doing?"
He asked her, "What are you doing?"
Right. There was no yelling or physical altercation, was there?
No, sir.
She wanted you to flash him and he bring him over and get his attention, and he came over. He responded to you flashing the lights.
As I stated.
Yeah. And he came over and they had a discussion, a very brief discussion.
Correct.
And then you and Karen went on with your business.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
Did Mr. Swift just leave on his own, or did Karen ask him to leave?
I honestly cannot remember.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift know what you drove at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did he know that Karen Swift was with you that day?
Yes.
Okay. That's all.
Let me just make sure.
Okay.
You and Karen Swift were in your car,
Correct.
and before she asked you to flash your lights, you didn't see any interaction or communication between Karen and David Swift or yourself?
No, sir.
All right. And so he was in his car, and you really don't know what he was saying or thinking at that point before the lights were flashed to you.
No, I do not know what he was thinking.
And then she asked you to signal him, and then he responded by coming over.
That's correct.
All right. And that's a business, open business where there are a lot of cars and people come and go?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Were you sitting near Big Lots?
Yes.
Where was David Swift's car sitting?
This would be 5 businesses down, I'm estimating.
Okay. So it was not near the business that you were going in?
No, sir.
Did he tell you that he was coming to that same business?
No, sir.
Okay. Was he near other stores?
I do not know.
All right, that's all.
All right, ma'am, you can step down.
Okay, thank you.
This witness excused.
Yes, sir.
And you're free to go. For your next witness.
Janie Helm.
You'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name, please?
Janie Helm,
Would you spell it, please?
Janie, Helm, Helm.
Thank you. Ms. Helm, do you know David Swift?
Yes, I do.
Did you know Karen Swift?
Yes, I did.
How did you know them?
I knew Karen from being around Kathy and Bill.
Okay. When you say
Bye.
bonus, okay.
I live next door to Kathy and Bill Bona.
Okay. And how long had you known Kathy and Bill Bona?
Oh, probably 10 years maybe or more.
Okay. And how close were your houses and the yards?
Very close.
Okay. Were you able to see into Kathy and Bill Bona's backyard from your house?
Yes,
Okay. How well could you see into their yard?
I could see very well. I could
Was there a fence up or anything like that?
I had a wooden fence, but, wood that had, you could see in between the cracks. And I had lattice at the top, and if you stood on your toes, you could see over the lattice.
Okay. What about when you were back in your house? Could you see over the fence from inside your house?
Well, a bedroom I could see, yes. For one of my bedrooms, I could see onto the patio. The
Okay.
fence would stop and the bedroom would be here, so I could see, yeah.
Okay. Were you able to see a hot tub in their yard?
Yes.
Was your yard close enough to Kathy and Bill Bona's house to hear any conversations that were going on? If you were in the yard, let me rephrase that. If you were in the yard near the fence, would you be able to hear conversations in their yard?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever see Karen Swift at Kathy and Bill Bona's house?
Yes.
How often did you see her there?
Oh, 2 or 3 times a week.
Okay. Did you ever go over and talk to them?
Yes, I was over there quite often.
Okay. Were you over there when Karen Swift was there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Karen Swift with any other men there besides David Swift?
No.
Was there ever a time that David Swift was in your yard without permission?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
One night I had come out. It was real late, probably around 11, 12 at night, and I was going to walk over to probably Kathy's house. I was on the side of my house, and I walked out, and there was a man standing there, and I screamed. It scared me. And I looked, and it was David standing there. And I said, David? And he said, shh. I said, what? And he said, I'm trying. I have a restraining order. I can't be in Kathy and Bill Bona's yard. And I wanted to know if I could use your lot or inside your yard to watch over there.
Okay, what did you tell him?
I said, there's the fence.
You said what?
There's the fence.
Okay, so you allowed him to go and look?
I said, there's the fence.
Okay,
It scared me. I was scared.
okay. Did you tell him that he didn't need to come back anymore, or did you tell him it was okay to be there from then on?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. Did he ever come back again?
No.
Okay, you never saw him out by the fence after that?
No.
Okay. All right. When he was out there that night, did he tell you any stories about Karen or Kathy or about what was going on?
Not that night.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about October 29th of 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that night?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Where were you that night?
I was at the Dyersburg Mall. I was working at my sister's store.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Swift that night?
Yes.
Where did you see him?
Well, he came into the store with his youngest daughter, and I was working, and he came in and talked to me and stayed probably about 30 minutes.
Okay. What did he talk to you about?
He was taking Keely, his smallest daughter, to Claire's to get some earrings.
Okay. Did he talk to you about Karen that night?
Yes.
What did he say?
He just said that he had asked Karen to go to dinner, and she wouldn't go, that she was going to go to the Halloween party at the farms, and he was just, it just bothered him. He was upset about it.
Okay. Did he tell you he was upset, or could you tell that he was upset?
Oh, he said he was upset that, that he wanted, he had wanted her to go out with him to dinner, and she chose to go to the farm, to the Halloween party.
So she chose the party over him?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything else about Karen that night? Anything about her behavior?
He said that he just talked a little bit about her, how he'd get up in the night and she would be gone, and she'd get up sometimes 5 times a night to get up, and sometimes she'd be there, sometimes she wouldn't, but nothing really more than that.
Okay. And did you tell him that night, you need to come to my house and look through the fence and see what's really going on over there?
No.
You never made that statement to him?
No.
Okay. Did he ask you if he could come over and look through the fence?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell him he could or could not?
No, I said he couldn't.
You told him he could not come over and do that? Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
I'll get it up.
Ms. Helm, you stated you lived in close proximity to the Bonas.
Yes, sir.
All right. If Kathy Bona made the statement that you would snoop and spy on her and her husband, would that be a true statement?
That I did?
Yes, that you did. Did you snoop and spy on her?
No.
Okay. Did you all the time watch what they were doing?
No.
Okay. The time you walked outside at night and you saw David Swift, he was standing there.
Yes.
You had a conversation with him.
Yes.
And you didn't see him go in the Bona house, did you?
Do what?
You didn't see him go into the Bona house or property, did you?
No.
It appeared like he was listening or watching?
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yes, he was just listening to what was going on at the bonus.
Was there something going on? Like a party?
I just walked out of the house. Yeah.
And it was dark?
It was dark.
And sometimes with the bonus have parties around their hot tub where there'd be music and people talking loud? On occasion?
Yeah, or music.
Yeah. Would there be? That the bonus would have people over on a regular basis?
They're friends.
Okay. Was that fairly often or on the weekends?
Not every weekend.
Right. But several times?
Not a week.
Okay. But that would happen occasionally?
Sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Now, you remember Saturday, October 29th, because you were working at the mall in Dyersburg.
Yes.
And you saw David Swift with his daughter. Did you?
I saw him with his youngest daughter.
Right. And did you were interviewed by law enforcement sometime in 2011 about this, weren't you? The police asked you questions about it?
Yes.
All right. And you answered their questions?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell them you saw David Swift while you were outside the mall smoking a cigarette?
Yes.
And then he came up with his daughter and he walked up on crutches?
That's right.
All right. And he was having difficulty with his knee again? And y'all talked for a while?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
Is that a yes or a no, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, for court, ma'am, you have to say
Okay.
yes or no,
Okay.
okay? I'm not
Okay.
trying to give you a hard time. And then basically you and he, while you're smoking your cigarette, he just talked to you about his marital problems.
He talks a little bit, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then at some point you went in and went back to work.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Helm, when Karen Swift would be at the bonus house, did you ever see Mr. Swift drive by?
Yes.
Was it often?
Maybe 2 or 3 times. I can't say over a period. I don't remember. I saw him driving by some.
Okay. Was it usually when Karen Swift was there?
I don't remember.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, ma'am, you can sit down.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to take that with me.
Is Ms. Helm released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You're free to go, ma'am. Call your next witness.
Elaine Slaughter.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that this testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please stand.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name?
Elaine Slaughter,
Would you spell Slaughter, please?
Slaughter.
Thank you. Do you know David Swift?
I do.
And what about Karen Swift? Did you know Karen?
I did.
How did you know both of them?
They lived in our home at 212 Rosemont Cove when they first moved to Dyersburg from Pocahontas.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yes, I believe it was July of 2008.
Okay. And were they leasing the house, or what were they doing?
They were going to purchase it and just rent it until their house sold in Pocahontas, and then they were going to purchase it. But then they decided to buy a house out in the county. Their son was going to the county schools, and so they just rented it until they purchased their home on Willie Johnson later that year,
Okay.
before Christmas.
And did you negotiate with Mr. Swift about the house and about either the lease or the agreement that you had?
No, he had a realtor, and so I worked out all the paperwork through his selling agent.
Okay. Did you ever meet Mr. Swift before they actually came to the house?
No.
So did he purchase the house or have the agreement with the realtor and with you without ever coming to actually see the house?
Yes, he came to see the house. His realtor showed him the house.
Okay.
We were not present when he looked at the property.
Okay. Did he seem to be in a rush to get there?
Yes, they were anxious to move.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
We had some renters living in the house, and I had sold them a house 2 streets over on Auburn, and that lady in that house was moving to Georgia. And so her movers got held up somewhere along, and so we had to move the possession date out. And so I told his agent that, it was going to be a few more days because the renters couldn't have their things out of the house until they had a place to move their things to. And so, yeah, they were wanting to get in there real quick, so we got them in there as quick as we could, and we got the house ready late one night so they could move in the next morning.
Okay. Do you know if their house had sold yet?
It hadn't.
It had not? Do you know what the rush was then to get here?
I didn't at that time.
Okay. Did you know that they had children?
Yes.
Did they bring all of their children with them to live here?
Preston was in school and college somewhere, and Dustin and Ashley and Keeley were there.
Okay, so Preston did not come with them.
No, he may have been there to help them move, but he wasn't really living in the home. He wasn't moving in with them.
Okay. Did you become friends with Karen Swift?
I did.
Okay. And how soon after she moved here did you become friends?
Right away. When they had the big moving truck come up, I took them over some sandwich meat and bread and Cokes and stuff. And she and I were exactly the same age within a few weeks, and we started going to YMCA. We both had 4 kids, and we became friends pretty quickly.
Okay. Did your children and their children play together at times?
No, my son is the youngest of my children. He was a few years older than Ashley, but they did eventually go to school together. And Dustin was a year or 2 older than my oldest daughter, Mallory, and so they went to school together. But we did go on a vacation together one summer, probably a year or 2 after we met them.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to see Karen around her children?
I did.
What type mother was she?
She was a really good mother.
Do you think she was the type mother that would leave her children in the middle of the night without telling them where she was going?
No.
And the two of you did go to the YMCA together, is that right?
Yes.
When you were at the YMCA together, what would usually happen?
She would get quite a few phone calls.
From who?
From David.
Okay. When you say quite a few, how often would she get a call?
We would only be there maybe an hour or hour and a half, and I would say, maybe 4 times, 4 or 5 times. Every now and then, she'd get a text or a call.
Well, that was my next question. Did she also get text from him? In addition to the phone calls, was she also getting text messages?
One or the other, yeah.
Okay.
She would check her phone often.
Did it appear to be excessive?
Yeah, I would say.
Did you spend much time around Karen and David together?
He worked a lot, so I wouldn't say around them together a lot.
Okay. Was Karen able to do things without David's permission to do them?
Your Honor, I object unless he has personal knowledge of their interaction, both of them.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you ever personally see times that Ms. Swift had to have permission to do something?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Did you ever see an instance where Mr. Swift appeared to have some type of controlling behavior over Ms. Swift?
Your Honor, I object. The question is vague.
Your Honor, I'm asking if she ever saw a time that he was controlling. It's either yes or no.
It's a vague question.
If it's yes, I will elaborate. If it's no, I will move on.
And if she did not hear both of their interaction, it's asking for speculation on her part.
I'm going to allow the question. Go ahead. Let's see
Hey, ma'am.
where it takes you.
Did you ever observe a time where Ms. Swift had to, I'm sorry, I asked you that, where Mr. Swift attempted to control Ms. Swift's behavior?
He didn't like her to have a glass of wine or anything like that. That he was not a very big drinker. That's something that I noticed. But, you know, some people don't like that. So
Okay.
that's the only thing that comes to mind.
Okay. All right. Do you know if Karen Swift was financially dependent upon Mr. Swift?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And do you know if she worked very often?
No, the children were small. Keely was being potty trained when they first moved to Dyersburg, so they were small. I think that they lived there about 3 years, and I think she started doing a few odd jobs, landscaping and things of that nature, later on toward the maybe 2010 and 11, and she may have started teaching some classes at the YMCA.
Okay.
That's what I can recall.
Did she work enough to support herself and
No.
support her children?
No.
Do you know anything about Karen Swift getting a tattoo?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
I went with her to get the tattoo. She called me on like a Monday. I can't remember the exact time frame. I want to say it was 2010 or 2011. I don't think she had it real long, but she called me to ask me to go with her, and I went with, she backed out, and then a few days later she asked me to go with her again, and I held her hand while she had got the tattoo.
Do you, sorry, give me this. Do you know if Mr. Swift had any issues with her having a tattoo?
Unless she has heard the conversation with Mr. Swift, I object.
What's the relevance?
It's going to be relevant later.
I'm sorry?
It's going to be relevant later.
The question needs to be asked properly on the front end. Under our rules, Judge.
Let's
Slaughter, did you ever have, I'm sorry, are you ready? Ms. Slaughter, did you ever have a conversation with David Swift about the tattoo that Ms. Swift got?
Yes, he told me he was supposed to go with her to get the tattoo.
Was he upset that he didn't get to go with her to do that?
I felt like he was upset because he didn't get to go with her to get it.
Okay, I want to hand you this photo. Can you identify that photo?
Yeah, that's the tattoo that Karen got.
Is that the same photo that's on the screen?
Yes.
Is that the same tattoo that you went with Ms. Swift and held her hand while she got that?
Yes.
Okay. And it's the same one that Mr. Swift was not happy about not being present when it happened?
He wanted to be there.
Okay. Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony, please?
To be admitted as Exhibit 19. You want the jury to see the photo?
No, sir. Publishing it here is fine. Yes, sir. Ms. Slaughter, did you know anything about Karen having a second phone?
Yes.
Do you know why she had a second phone?
She was going to the beach and she was texting me from a number I didn't recognize. And I asked her what that phone was, and she said, well, I took it with me to the beach because I didn't want David to know where I was.
Okay. Was that shortly before she became missing? She went missing?
Yes, she told me that he was going to be served with divorce papers while she was at the beach.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. MacArthur, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Slaughter.
Oh, Slaughter, I'm sorry.
No problem.
It's been a long day. All right.
Imagine.
Karen was physically strong and physically fit.
Yes.
In fact, you were interviewed by law enforcement at some point, weren't you?
Yes.
Can we take that down? All right, thank you, sir. And you indicated to law enforcement that Karen was exercising all the time, and law enforcement asked you about David Swift, and you indicated to them that he seemed tired and didn't appear to be very athletic to you.
He worked a lot. I didn't mean that to be derogatory.
I'm not saying.
He worked a lot. I just thought he was tired from working because he worked a lot of hours at his job.
And you said he wasn't very athletic.
Well, I think I was asked if he was running marathons, and I said if he did, I'm not aware of him running a 10K or any type of a race like that.
You're the one, I guess, that told David Swift about Karen getting that tattoo.
Yes.
And you walked up and had a conversation with him.
Right.
He didn't yell or scream at you, did he?
No, he was just, he said he was supposed to go with her to get it.
He made that statement to you.
Yes.
So Karen was doing things without talking to him, and he told you,
right,
we need to go, I would like to have gone and done that with her.
Right.
But he wasn't screaming or yelling or hollering at you.
No, he wasn't screaming, but he wanted to have been the one to go.
Right. Okay.
I took it that she did not tell him.
Right. That she's doing things without talking or telling him.
Right.
Keeping things from him.
Right.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor asked you, and Karen started doing things in 2011 and before. She had like landscaping work, jobs that she would do. Is that correct?
Correct.
She was a personal fitness trainer.
That's what I understand.
Okay. And she did some babysitting.
I don't really know about that,
All
but
right.
she could have.
Were you good friends with the Bonas?
They were acquaintances, not close friends.
Okay. And the prosecutor asked you what type of mother Karen Swift was, asked if she would leave her children and go off, and you answered that she wasn't. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. But to your knowledge, was she the type of mother that would leave the house after the children went to sleep to go drink or go to karaoke bars?
See, I was more close with Karen when she first moved to Dyersburg, so I'm not aware of those type things.
Okay. But would that surprise you?
That would have surprised me.
To go drink beer and go to karaoke bars, or to sneak out of the house after her children go to sleep?
I would not expect that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, your excuse.
Jimmy Hancock.
Let's take about a 10-minute break and perhaps talk about where we're going to as well. All right.
I have numerous witnesses still. We're not going to get through all of them today. I had hoped we would. They're all here. So we'll have to ask them to come back another day. There are a few that are from out of state. I would like to get them at least. Let's see. I have the next gentleman, Jimmy Hancock, is out of state. I have George Jared, who is also from out of state. That's two. And I think that's the only two that are from out of state. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. There's a third one. Mary Claire Hopper also. So I have three. Mr. Hancock's will be... No, sir. Mr. Hancock will be a little bit different. Also, Mr. Jared's will be different.
Judge, I'm willing to go as long as you are. Do you think the jury is? It has been a long day, but we can go further.
Well, let's get these three, maybe, and then.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's fine. Yes, sir.
All right, let's be seated. Call your next witness, please.
Jimmy Hancock.
What was the first name?
Jimmy Hancock.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. You may be seated.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name, please?
Jimmy Hancock.
And Mr. Hancock, do you know David Swift?
Yes, I do.
And what about Karen Swift?
I did not know Karen Swift.
Okay. Tell me how you knew David Swift.
We worked together.
And where did you work?
At that time at Daenerys.
Daenerys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was that in Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you and Mr. Swift work together?
About 4 years.
Okay. Were you just co-workers, or were you actually more friends than co-workers?
We were both. We were friends.
You were both. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Did two of you ever eat lunch together?
Yes, sir.
How often did you do that?
Oh, wow. Quite a bit.
It was daily? Was it
Maybe twice a week.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. When you had these lunches, I assume you would talk about things going on and
Yes, sir.
family and things like that?
Everything under the sun.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift ever talk to you about his family and about his marriage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he ever talk to you about having any kind of marital issues or problems?
I don't know that I would call it issues or problems. There were unusual things.
Okay. All right. What about their sleeping arrangement? Do you know what their sleeping arrangement was? Did he tell you that?
Well, we really didn't talk about it until after Karen filed for divorce, and then he slept upstairs with Keeley.
Okay. And where did Miss Swift sleep?
She slept downstairs.
And did she sleep with anyone?
Other than that Halloween night, I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. So Keeley typically slept upstairs with Mr. Swift?
Your Honor, I object because we're getting into a hearsay, and unless this individual Mr. Hancock has personal knowledge, I object.
It's a statement of the defendant.
Judge's hearsay, unless there's a hearsay exception.
Did Mr. Swift tell you that Keeley typically slept upstairs with him?
Yes.
You spent a lot of time with Mr. Swift, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to develop an idea of what type of personality he had?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how would you describe that?
Your Honor, I object to a vague question. The prosecutor can ask a specific question.
Okay, I'll ask a specific
the
question.
objection to that question is going to be sustained.
Did Mr. Swift appear to be a perfectionist?
Yes.
Did Mr. Swift appear to be a strong-willed person?
Yes, sir.
Was he controlling?
Your Honor, I object because that's a conclusion. That is a conclusion. He's asking for a conclusion on the part of the witness.
You know, I'm asking what he observed and what his opinion of that person, of what he observed is.
Judge, this isn't opinion evidence. This is eliciting facts from a witness. The witness has knowledge without a conclusion. So I do object, sir.
I think we're straying from the facts, and it is offered as an opinion. The objection is going to be sustained.
Did he ever tell you what he expected from his family or his marriage?
Your Honor, that is a vague question that is very open-ended, and I just object. I mean, we're trying to get to the point in this case, and we need to ask specific, relevant questions that follow the rules of evidence.
I hear your objection. I have it. I understand. What's your response here?
Your Honor,
It is.
I will rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Did Mr. Swift tell you he wanted to have a perfect family?
Yes.
Did you ever see a time that things did not go the way he wanted at work with an employee?
Your Honor, in what context, and do we know that the witness has personal knowledge? Again,
I think that's what he just asked him. I think that's what he was asking you.
It's exactly
Did
what
he
I
have
asked.
knowledge of it?
That's exactly what I asked.
a worker did not follow proper conduct. What does that mean? Does it mean behavior? Does it mean work activity? It's vague, Judge.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Did you ever see an opportunity where Mr. Swift interacted with an employee who was having an issue at work?
Yes, several times.
And how did he typically react with that person? Would he get angry? Was he an understanding with the person?
I think for the most part, David was very understanding.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift talk to you about Karen Swift's personal life?
Yes, sir.
Did he talk to you about things that she was doing and how she behaved at times?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about some of those.
Your Honor, it's a vague question, and it's an open-ended question. He needs to ask specific questions. They're relevant.
You know, I think it's a specific question.
And are not used.
I can listen to one of you at a time, but not both of you. There. I got your objection. What's your response?
Your Honor, it was a specific question. Did he tell you about issues that he had with Karen in the marriage? He said yes. Can you tell me about some of those issues he told you about?
Okay.
It's
We're going to need to
specific.
take this up with the jury outside the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. We need to take a break.
All right.
All right, let's be seated. We're going to let the witness wait in the hall. General, tell me what the relevance of this witness's knowledge of Ms. Swift's activities, what's the relevance of that, you think, or submit?
Your Honor, he is going to testify that Mr. Swift told him about some of the same incidents that you've heard about. He's going to testify about the fact that Mr. Swift was upset about the way that his wife was behaving. He didn't like it, that he wanted this perfect marriage, as he just told you about. Your Honor, it's all relevant to the things that are happening. These are things that are building up over a period of time. It's not like he just snapped all at once. This is we're trying to build a timeline. We're trying to show that things developed over a period of time.
What do you say to that?
Judge, I try my best to follow Tennessee rules of evidence, and the prosecutor's asking open, vague questions. There has been a lot of testimony already about how they interacted, the jury has heard, and how they got along, and that they had problems in their marriage. Over my objection, Mr. Swift's statements were introduced into evidence. And so they've heard from that. And they were long statements. But the relevance part, a hearsay exception, to get up and go through a person's character, asking open-ended, vague questions. They need to be specific questions that have to do with hearsay exceptions. And I object to it, Judge. And I'm trying not to overly object, but I have to do my job. Otherwise, we'll be here for 3 weeks with the jury. And it's because of the state's asking.
All right, I'm not, listen, gentlemen, it's too late in the day, and we're not going to carpet one another today, tomorrow, or 4 weeks from now if we're still here. I don't want to hear it. The state has put on substantial amount of proof of these particular facts. That is, Ms. Swift's alleged activities, Mr. Swift's alleged dissatisfaction with those activities. And I'm speaking only to those two areas at the moment there. It seems like we're replowing the same ground over and over. We're not on a timeline. We're on you have a number of witnesses that are testifying in those two particular areas, and I'm concerned that we're just accumulating the same degree of evidence. And I'm not talking about any other part of the examination other than that, and it concerns me that you're getting past the point of it being anything other than just a presentation of cumulative evidence under 403 there. Frankly, I don't know at the moment what I want to do about it. We're going to take a quick recess. I'm going to go down and think about it a little bit.
All right.
you able to find the last question that Mr. Goodman asked the witness? Is there a way for you to? You can. Yes, for the moment. There have been a series of objections to the examination of Mr. Hancock, as well as some of the other witnesses. There are a couple of things at play here. The last question that I believe Mr. Hancock was asked was whether or not Mr. Swift had talked to him about some of the things his wife was doing. Tell me about that, or tell me some of that. At this point, the court finds that additional testimony with respect to that Ms. Swift's activities coming in through Mr. Swift is cumulative. The state has put on ample evidence of Ms. Swift's activities, as has the defense in cross-examination of the witnesses there. And so the objection to that question with respect to this witness and future witnesses is going to be sustained. The witnesses are not going to be permitted to discuss, generally speaking, what Mr. Swift has told them about Mrs. Swift's activities. There's ample evidence in the record there. But in addition, the state has been asking, or has asked Mr. Hancock specifically to either opine or discuss the defendant's reputation. What kind of fellow is he? Elaborate on that. And the court thinks that is not an appropriate question there. Testimony has already been received with respect to the defendant's interaction with Mrs. Swift in response to her alleged activities. And so here's the line for guidance, and you may need some time to think about what I'm about to tell you. Is here's where the line is these witnesses, in my view, can be asked about what Mr. Swift's reaction was, or how he treated Mrs. Swift in response to her alleged activities, because I think that's probably simply a matter of fact, as opposed to a question about what is this witness's assessment of Mr. Swift's personality and the appropriateness of his behavior and activities, and that the court is not going to permit there. Nor will how Mr. Swift treated co-workers or other persons unless it is a direct response to some activity or activities of Mrs. Swift. So it may be muddy in the water, but we've got to stay within the guidelines here, and that's where I'm setting the guideline. Now, with that in mind, if you need some time to regroup or think about how this affects your examination of your witnesses, I'm fully prepared to adjourn for the day.
I'm ready to go forward.
And ready to do that. Okay. Okay. Well, let's get Mr. Hancock in and move on. Well, we need a jury too, I guess. I'm ready for him. Beg pardon?
All rise.
I'll tell you right now. I'm sorry, man. All right, let's have a seat. All right, let's have Mr. Hancock back, please. Come on back up, sir. Have a seat. Mr. Hancock, you're still under oath, sir, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead, Jenna.
Hancock, did David Swift tell you that his wife had filed for divorce?
Yes.
What was his reaction to that?
That she had filed for divorce?
Yes. How did he react to her filing for divorce?
So he called me that morning and told me that Karen and the girls were somewhere else, and Karen had called and told him to she left a note for him to go and get the note, and it had information about the things that she wanted in a divorce, and to go and pick up the divorce paperwork at, I don't remember the attorney's name, but to pick up the divorce paperwork. He was calm. He didn't want a divorce, but he was calm. That's what I remember.
Okay. Did he tell you why he didn't want a divorce?
David loved his family. He had talked to me about growing up not having that family, so his family was very important to him, and he did not want to be away from his girls.
Okay. So was he upset about the fact that he may lose his family, or it may be broken apart?
I mean, I think there was some apprehension, but I think he felt that he could manage the situation.
Okay. Do you know anything about Mr. Swift's financial situation at that time?
Well, at that time, I knew what his salary was and bonus and things like that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what his salary was?
No, that was 13 years ago.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I wouldn't know either. Do he tell you whether or not he planned to leave the house?
He said that he did not plan to leave the house.
Okay, regardless of the fact that a divorce had been filed.
Yes, he mentioned to me He wanted to be there for the girls. And he said something about possession being 9/10 of the law or something, because there would be, Karen asked for the house.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift call you on the day that Karen went missing?
Yes.
Okay. And was he upset about the fact that Bill Bona had called the police before him?
He was concerned, so Kathy called him. And at least that's what I remember. Kathy called him to ask him if he knew where Karen was, and I think she questioned why he had not called the police himself. And so David and I were kind of like, that was not unusual for Karen not to come home. So at that point, there was no reason for David to be upset or be concerned.
Okay. Did you talk to Mr. Swift about the last time that he saw Karen Swift?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that night, the last night that he saw her?
So I remember him saying, Karen picked up Ashley. They came home. They went to bed downstairs. He and Keely were upstairs. I think after Ashley went to sleep, he got up. Karen got up to leave to go back to the party, and he was at the top of the stairs. He saw her, and he went to bed, and she left.
Okay. So he said he saw her when she was leaving the house?
They spoke as she was leaving the house, yes.
Okay. Did he ask her where she was going?
We didn't get that much in depth about the entire conversation, but he just acknowledged that she was leaving the house and he went to bed. That's what I remember.
He saw her leave and he went back to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he tell you anything about Karen's flat tire?
I found out about the flat tire later.
Did he tell you anything about it?
He told me when they found the car, there was a flat tire.
Did he say anything else about it?
I don't remember any other discussion about the tire.
Okay. Did he ever tell you anything about whether he went looking for Karen?
I think he did leave to go after he talked to the Bonas.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Hancock.
Good evening.
Just a few questions.
Okay.
You worked with David Swift for a number of years at Tenaris.
Yes, sir.
All right. In 2011, and do you recall David Swift being injured?
Yes.
All right. Just before his wife went missing, do you recall him being injured?
Being re-injured?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And was that a week or so before you learned that his wife went missing?
No, I think it was a little more than a week before his wife went missing.
But during the time that his wife went missing, were you aware that he had an injury to his knee?
Yes, I went to the doctor with him.
Okay. Did you observe him wearing on crutches at
Yes.
times? Did you observe him during this time frame with
Yes.
a immobilizer on his left knee?
Yes.
And did you go with him to see the doctor after he re-injured himself?
Yes.
All right. And that was Dr. Yeo?
Yes.
And the doctor, you're aware, you were interviewed and gave a statement. Did you say David went back on crutches in late October? I know it's been a long time, and I can show you.
No, it was before October. This happened in October. It had to be late August or September.
That's what you recall. It's been a long, yes or no, sir? You have to say something out loud
okay.
for the record.
So what was the question?
That's what you recall now.
Yes.
But it's been a long time since you talked to the investigators. It's since 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, in 2013, didn't they talk to you?
So they would call me periodically over the years just to check in. So I've talked to them many times.
Right. But I'm trying to save time. At the time David's wife went missing, did you come back at least once?
Yes.
Okay. Was David's leg re-injured at that time?
Yes.
And was he using crutches and an immobilizer at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And the prosecutor asked you about the call of Miss Bona, and you testified about what you recalled. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, and it's your recollection that Miss Bona called David.
Yes.
And David didn't call her first.
No, David, it's not my recollection that he called her.
Right. But are you absolutely sure of that?
Yes.
Okay. That's what you recall now?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible you might be incorrect about that?
No.
Okay. Did you, I guess, go to a vigil?
Yes.
At David Swift's house for Karen Swift?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a candlelight ceremony after she was missing, some days afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Redirect? Sir, you can sit down. We've run way late. I know you got 2 witnesses, but I think we're just going to have to take them up in the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop here for the day. Let me ask you again. I hope you have a great evening, number one. Number two, let me ask you again and tell you that you should not discuss this case with each other or with anybody else. You understand that? I know that you do. Do not speak with the attorneys, the defendant, the news media, anybody else who approaches you to talk about the case. Do not form or express an opinion about the case to anyone at this time. We have not completed the proof. You've not heard the instructions of law. Again, you know that there are multiple reports, media reports out there. The trial is being streamed. You're not permitted to listen to, watch, review, or look at any comments about that. You should not post anything on social media or any other internet site about this trial or about your service as a juror. And for the third day, I ask you, help me to protect the integrity of this trial so that we decide this case. You decide this case solely on the evidence that is presented in the courtroom there. If anybody approaches you, I would ask that you let me know about that tomorrow morning there. All right, I'll see you tomorrow at 8:15 in the morning. Okay, have a very good evening. All right. All right, we'll be adjourned till 8:30 in the morning, 8:30 sharp.